Chapter 327. That's all, Senior Maynard. Maynard chuckled, but her expression quickly turned serious. You need to be careful. That Brad is starting to get restless again. But this time, they're quite secretive. I can't find anything on them yet. Freya raised her head and looked at her worriedly. Don't worry, the black-haired knight took a deep breath. I'm here. Just be careful. With that, she raised her head and looked at the direction where the carriage disappeared to. The sky in the north was gloomy, as if a terrible storm was brewing. But would this storm come before the end of winter? No one knew. Maynard only knew that everyone in the academy was beginning to panic. This last piece of land in the kingdom might not be a safe haven, but the center of a huge whirlpool in the future. As for this temporary peace, it was just the illusion of the calm before the storm. At the very least, the knight knew that in the north, in the free port of Ampere Seal, a war without smoke was about to begin. She turned her head and looked deeply at Freya. Can you do it? She asked. What? Freya was stunned. The future Valkyrie's dazed look amused Maynard. She covered her mouth slightly and replied with amusement, nothing. In the last few days of the month of frost, everything seemed to converge together. When the situation in the north was on the verge of collapse, time also flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed in the Schaflund mines. The incident that caused everyone to panic turned out to be a farce. This farce was spread widely in the town at first, but it was quickly forgotten. People were always forgetful. Apart from the families of the injured and the deceased who would forever remember this day, most people returned to their original trajectory of life after just a short week. On the surface, the Schaflund mines seemed to be unchanged, maintaining the same old appearance as it had for decades. But under the surface, some things were slowly changing. First, Coden's movements were restricted after Brando and the others left the mines. Under Brendel's instructions, the old man announced that he would temporarily hand over all his duties in the mines to Perkins, and shut himself in to recuperate. As for the cowardly clerk, he had completely surrendered when Brendel and Medisa barged into his office. Now that Jana and more than 20 peak iron-ranked mercenaries had disguised themselves and were monitoring the clerk 24 hours a day, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks even if he was given 100,000 guts. In fact, it was the opposite of what Brando expected. Perkins seemed to be more cautious and diligent than before, to the point that even his own subordinates who did not know the truth praised him. Were praises. Those deputies probably thought that their boss had finally repented and turned over a new leaf after shouldering all the work in the mining area, and had become pragmatic and willing to work. Even the spies sent by Count Randner to monitor Brendel's performance in secret had given him good reviews for the past 2 weeks. Of course, all of these reports went through Brando's hands. When Brando showed these reports to the cowardly clerk, Perkins cursed out loud for the first time. Of course, after cursing out loud, he looked around cautiously, as if he was afraid that his disrespect towards Count Randner would be heard by the spies in the surroundings. This is the so-called mud that cannot support a wall. Brendel shook his head involuntarily. But in order to appease the cowardly clerk, Brando promised him that he would not reveal the details of his work to anyone. He would only say that he was going to imprison him and find someone similar to him to replace him. Even though this lie seemed to be easily exposed, it at least gave the clerk some psychological comfort. Now that he was constantly living in fear, he could only rely on this little bit of comfort to live. As for Coden, he was sent to AB's the next day. When the old man saw the county, he knew that he could not escape. However, he still rejected Brando's goodwill and asked him to keep his promise and let him go when the time was up. Brendel shook his head with a smile when he saw the report. He was sitting at a table in a certain room in the Forest Trout Inn in Schaflund. Coden was obviously related to his grandfather, but the old swordsman did not mention a word about it after they left the underground. The young man intended to find out the truth of the secret from the other party, but he was not in a hurry. After all, he had plenty of ways to do it. Compared to that, he had more pressing matters to attend to. So he put this matter aside and turned back to look at the back of the merchant girl who was buried in a large pile of books. After leaving the underground, he had scolded this disobedient young lady. Originally, He thought that Roman would ignore him for a few days, but when he left the mine, this young girl who claimed to be a great merchant still held his hand tightly. It was as if she was holding an important treasure and was afraid of losing it if she wasn't careful. Brando regretted it a little and felt that he was too harsh with his words. But he did not expect that in just a few hours, the merchant girl would return to her old ways and swagger around. When the Nightsong Tiger arrived and Brando ordered Yuta to make a copy of the books, the young Roman finally calmed down. She had been working for 2 days, and her progress was unbelievably fast. She seemed to have an innate talent in this aspect. She could easily distinguish what she wanted from the complicated numbers and abbreviations. It was a good thing that Vaughn's accounting system was rather simple, and was still in a very primitive stage. Roman quickly investigated Perkins and the others' deficits, and checked out the loopholes in the accounts one by one. However, Brando knew that it was not the time to make a bold move in the mine. At least in name, the mine was still under Count Randner's jurisdiction. He and the Roman could not enter the mine and meet with Yuta as they wished to avoid attracting the attention of the spies in the mine. In fact, the 20 or so mercenaries that Count Randner placed in Randner's camp used the excuse of needing to replenish the casualties from the mining accident. These mercenaries would not be needed for too long, and Count Randner would not allow too many unfamiliar faces to appear in his territory. It would take at most a month for the new mercenaries to be replenished. Of course, Brando could still obstruct them, but it would take at most 2 months. 2 months was more than enough for Brando. Thus, he put this matter aside and waited to settle the score in the future. But other than this important matter, there were also other small matters that gave him a headache. For example, the young men who came out from the underground with them, Cohen, Joka, and Mar. Brando admired the thin young man, or rather, the future king of Randner. Regardless of what Brando knew or saw, this young man was definitely not willing to be an ordinary person. In fact, this thin young man's performance in the underground also proved this point. But what surprised Brando was that Cohen rejected his invitation. The young man clearly stated that he and his friends would leave this place and go to the outside world according to their original plan. This news made Brando feel that it was a pity. King Randner was not an ordinary person, but he also knew that he could not force them to stay. He could only let them stay in Shaflan for the time being, and wait for 2 months before deciding whether to stay or leave. On the other hand, Brando did not manage to keep the people who were supposed to stay. The people who were not supposed to stay were left behind. The strange old dwarf claimed to be the only descendant of the Rune dwarves, and his performance in the underground world seemed to prove this point. Of course, this was not a big deal. What really made Brando feel strange was that this old dwarf seemed to have appeared in front of him for the past few days. Of course, the bad-tempered old dwarf didn't seem to treat him well, but at least he wasn't as cold as before. But for this reason, Brando still kept Halran Gaia. He was originally worried that this was the old dwarf's goal, but he did not expect that the old dwarf was still the same as before. It was as if he was not affected at all. Brando could only attribute this to the old dwarf's mental illness, and then turned his head to ignore him. Because a few days later, another more important matter completely diverted his attention. The Nightsong Tiger and his men arrived at the mine. They were thinking of ways to secretly transport all the silver ores stored in Shaflan's warehouse, smelted them, and sent them to ABs to be used as currency. At the same time, the Nightsong Tiger brought good news to Brando. In fact, on the 3rd day after they left, the Shire found Grodden's private mint in a nearby manor. But there was a small interlude. When the noble's private soldiers hiding in the manor realized that their whereabouts were exposed, they immediately closed the door and did not allow the mercenaries to enter. They even clamored to fight until the last man. This action obviously angered the leader of a small mercenary group that joined Brando's side. The leader was called Madron, and compared to his strength, he was more famous for his fiery temper. That was why he wanted to teach these mercenaries a lesson. Since they wanted to resist to the last person, then he would fulfill their wish. But just when this barrel of gunpowder was about to go head-on, our young wizard vetoed his request. Charles only sent a message to Madeline, "Wait and see." This sentence had a miraculous effect. On the 2nd day, the arrogant private soldiers of the nobles raised the white flag and opened the door to surrender dejectedly. Although the mercenaries present at the time felt that this sorcerer was mysterious and unfathomable. But soon, they realized that it was not a big deal. The reason was simple. By this time, news of Sir Maxon's defeat had already spread throughout Tonajul. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 328. Let's turn our attention to Paydarson. The core of Ranner province was located at the border between Ranner province, Enrich, and Frada. Originally, it was to prevent the Highlanders from invading the north, but as the kingdom's rule over the south gradually stabilized, it became the center of political symbolism. Currently, Ranner's largest fortress was Fort Balasar, but Count Ranner still preferred to place his administrative center in Paydarson. Paydarson Castle had a history of nearly 130 years. Its style originated from the revival of the Elven style during the year of the Return of Glory, and it could be said to be one of the few surviving works of art from that era. It was also one of the proudest places of the Ranner family. It symbolized the respect this family had for tradition, and this respect earned them a relatively high reputation among the nobles. Of course, this also complemented Count Ranner's good reputation among the nobles of Aween for being a two-faced person. Just like the veteran gatekeeper, Hood had been guarding the gate of the castle for most of his life, but since the November War, this was the first time he saw a knight rushing towards the gate at such a fast speed. The ground shook from the impact of the horse's hooves. The veteran almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The world is still peaceful right now. Is there a war in the north already? The veteran immediately recognized the knight's attire. It was one of his own. There was an urgent report. Hood was an experienced veteran. He pushed the slow-moving novice aside and gripped the capstan with his bulging veins. The gate immediately creaked as it rose. The knight did not stop at all. He flashed across the drawbridge like a bolt of lightning and went straight into the castle. The report in his hands was quickly passed to the castle's attendant, who then passed it to the steward. It did not take much time to pass it up the chain of command. Count Ranner had set 3 levels of urgency for his letters, and this letter was one of them. It had been almost 10 years since such a report appeared. Most of it was military news. Soon, the steward rang a bell. The bell was connected to Count Ranner's room by a string. Most nobles could use magic, but Count Ranner had a hobby. He knew a little about magic because he believed that magic was not a safe thing to do. If he could use machinery, he would definitely not use magic. This was a well-known anecdote among the nobles. When the bell rang on Count Ranner's left hand, he was conversing with his guest. Count Ranner had a head full of white hair, but no one could tell how old he was. He had participated in the November War. The tragedy of the November War had nothing to do with the nobles. It was a war that greatly damaged the kingdom, and the nobles still remembered it clearly. Monsieur the Count wore a monocle, and was neatly dressed, with a black ermine coat with a ruffled ruff of silver, and a handsome beard, though there was a faint smile of benevolence on his face. But to others, this smile signified an unfathomable emotion. Especially the guest sitting below. This guest was not from Kurlutz, and many people like him did not even admit that they were from Aween. In Erwin's SS, they had a common name, Highlanders. Highlanders, as the name suggested, were the people of the mountains. There were many tribes in Wone that were called Highlanders, and most of them were barbarians. Erwin's Highlanders were a branch of the Natai people. They were considered uncivilized 200 years ago, but after being ruled by the kingdom, they gradually integrated into the civilized world. However, there was one thing that did not change. The Highlanders had always pursued their own independence. Of course, this independence was not tolerated by the kingdom. Thus, the borders of Ranner had never been peaceful, and there were all sorts of conflicts and border wars all year round. Of course, not all Highlanders were like this. There were some who were willing to accept the rule of the kingdom. For example, the guest sitting beside Ranner came from a region under Ranner's rule. His purpose in coming here was very simple. He hoped that Count Ranner could reduce the taxes in the south. Due to Madara's invasion, it was an open secret that Madara's army was still entrenched in the south. The flames of war had a devastating effect on the local agriculture and production. Many regions had almost no harvests, and it was difficult to even survive, let alone pay heavy taxes. However, the kingdom did not seem to notice this, and its rule over the Highlanders became even stricter. Count Ranner listened carefully to the guest's story. He maintained a smile on his face and did not say anything. For someone of his age, his smile made him seem like a kind old man, but the guest sitting below him did not dare to think so. Most people who thought so did not have a dignified ending. Just as the envoy was about to state his request, the bell on Count Ranner's left hand began to ring. The Count's expression changed slightly. This was the first time he could not maintain a smile on his face since this afternoon. He could not remember how long it had been since he received an urgent report. The old man frowned slightly and stood up. However, he did not appear to be rude at all. He politely nodded to the envoy and said, "My apologies, please wait for a moment. Allow me to leave for a moment. Please, my lord." The envoy stood up in fear and trepidation, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction. The old count left the study and opened a door to a room next to it. He immediately saw his aide and assistant waiting for him. Count Ranner did not maintain a calm expression in front of his aide for many years. Instead, he immediately asked, "What's the matter?" "It's related to Tonagel." The aide replied. "Is it the same matter as last time?" The count took a silver snuff bottle from a servant beside him and took a puff. "That trash still hasn't been dealt with?" "It's been half a month." The old noble said angrily. "There's a new report this time. It was sent by Lord Paulus." "Lord Paulus?" Count Ranner paused for a moment. Lord Paulus was Grodin's retainer, but he was also his old subordinate. Lord Paulus had participated in the November War with Count Ranner. Even though he only participated in a few small battles at the end of the war, he was still Count Ranner's most trusted aide. Count Ranner did not doubt Lord Paulus' loyalty to him and his family. When he heard that the report was from the old knight, he immediately calmed down and asked, "What did he say?" The aide did not answer. Instead, he passed the letter to Count Ranner. "Brando?" Princess Griffin's thin eyebrows finally moved slightly when she heard the name. A hint of surprise flashed in her pale silver eyes. The surprise only lasted for a moment before she furrowed her brows. "That young man told you that his name is Brando?" The half-fairy princess raised her eyelashes slightly and looked at the guests in front of her. Most people wouldn't easily reveal their true identity under such circumstances. That's for most people. This was the first time Count Bar interrupted. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "But I don't think he's an ordinary person. Someone who has such a close relationship with the Silver Elves can't be that ordinary." "Your Highness," Griffin crossed her slender fingers and rested them on her chin. She was lost in thought for a moment. Golden Apple, Silver Elf, Dragon Magic, Highland Knight. She lowered her head. "You said he's a silver-ranked warrior?" "I'm afraid so." Makarov nodded. 20 years old. Princess Griffin looked at Eichel, but her heart was in turmoil. Auberbeck clearly told her that the young man was at most a black iron. "Isn't that the same as Mr. Eichel?" "He's a true genius," Bugha replied. "There's another interesting thing. His swordsmanship." "What about his swordsmanship?" "His swordsmanship has a shadow that I'm very familiar with. It's like someone I know." "Mr. Bugha, please continue." "Sword Saint Darius." "Sword Saint Darius?" Griffin was puzzled. "But Mr. Bugha, you said that the young man uses the standard Erewhon's military swordsmanship. It's not the same style as Grandmaster Darius, right?" "Sword Saint Darius also knows how to use military swordsmanship," Fleetwood replied. "Your Highness, have you forgotten that he was born in the military?" "Improved swordsmanship?" Princess Griffin's heart skipped a beat. Fleetwood continued, "But a 20-year-old silver-ranked swordsman is already very rare. The old man glanced at Eichel as he spoke. The young man lowered his head in embarrassment. The half-elf girl also felt a little emotional when she heard this. The Champions Tournament had just ended, and a group of similarly outstanding youths had emerged. She couldn't help but wonder if Mother Marcia was still looking after Aween. But if that's the case, why is the situation so difficult? Why do I feel so powerless? Griffin felt a little tired, but she immediately used her extraordinary willpower to divert her attention. She took a deep breath, and her face lost some color. But she still asked seriously, also, Grandmaster Fleetwood. Your Highness. You said that the golden apple in the young man's hand really didn't connect with his soul? Yes, I'm sure that I didn't see wrongly, Fleetwood replied. I can guarantee this with the honor of being a court magician for decades. This time, Griffin was really tempted. It was said that the golden apple could change a person's fate and make them change completely. If she had the golden apple, would her weak brother be able to become the real king of Erewhon? But what puzzled her was that anyone who got their hands on the golden apple would immediately think of a way to take it for themselves. But why was that young man unmoved? Was it just a fake? Impossible, her teacher wouldn't have seen wrongly. But Griffin thought that since the young man had such a close relationship with the Silver Elves, he might not be an ordinary person. Maybe he had other plans for the golden apple. Griffin thought of the legends of the Highland Knight, dragon magic, and the Silver Elves, and her heart beat faster. Griffin raised her head, her eyes shining. Can we find a way to win him over? Win him over? Everyone was stunned. Of course they wanted to. Whether it was his relationship with the Silver Elves or the owner of the golden apple, they were willing to do so. But they had already offended him, so what could they do? Although the young man showed that he had a good impression of the royal family, it didn't mean anything. It's a little difficult, Makarov immediately replied. No. Griffin smiled and shook her head. She thought it was a little funny. Maybe it's not as difficult as you think, if it's the same person. Everyone was stunned. Griffin picked up a letter in front of her with 2 fingers and handed it over. Take a look. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 329. This was the battlefield from more than 10 days ago. There was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. Even though it was winter, the corpses had been cleaned up according to Brando's strict requirements. The spread of the plague was no joke, and even though the weather was cold, the youths were not willing to take the risk. Thus, apart from the bloodstains on the open ground, there were only fragments of armor and weapons scattered across the grass to prove that a fierce battle had taken place here. A black-feathered bird, a raven or a black-feathered blackbird, flew over the battlefield from a low altitude. The north wind was bleak, and the weather was getting drier and colder by the day. Due to the lack of a sacrifice, Brando had no choice but to deal with the corpses in a simpler way. The black pillars of smoke in the sky were proof of this. The smoke rose above the forest like a scene from the end of the world. When the scouts carefully entered this old battlefield, they couldn't help but look at the black pillar of smoke in the southern sky with trepidation. They crouched down, carefully inspecting the battlefield before standing up and looking at each other in dismay. They were scouts from Paulus. Ever since they received news of Lord Maxon's defeat, they had traveled day and night to this place. At first, they did not believe that the rioters were that capable. But when they passed by Lord Maxon's territory, they were surprised to find that it had been occupied by another group of people. Some of them had seen those people before. It was a mercenary group called the Amber Sword. A few months ago, they had led a group of refugees across the border, saying that they were going to explore the wilderness. The last news of them was that they had stopped at Port Gree, but only the heavens knew why they had returned here. But the answer to the scouts' doubts was simple, because Brando knew that Lord Maxon would attack Hades. Since that was the case, there was no need to be courteous. In the letter he sent to the Druids, he'd requested for Leto to immediately bring his men across the Parton wastelands. Once Lord Maxon made his move, they would immediately raid his lair. Poor Lord Menta had not the least idea that a mob could be so bold, and had, in fact, suffered a great loss from the very beginning of the war. Of course, he himself did not know. By the time he found out, he had already become Brando's prisoner. However, the scouts didn't know about these details. They only sensed the presence of the troops with the keen instincts of spies. They hurriedly left Lord Maxon's territory and traveled south through the night, crossing the Gree River and arriving at the land where a great battle had taken place not long ago. Of course, in Brando's words, the war in their hearts was called a village-level armed melee. He had seen real battles before, and he was not worried about whether he could defeat Lord Maxon or not. This was also why he dared to let Rabban and Cornelius take command of the Firebrand Legion. However, Brando also understood that there would be a fierce battle ahead. At this moment, one end of this fierce battle was in the hands of the scouts who had sneaked into the young man's territory. The rumors are true. Sir Maxon has already lost, and it was a crushing defeat. One of the scouts stood up after inspecting the surroundings, reporting to his companions. Everyone fell silent. Although they had already expected this result, the news of Lord Maxon's defeat had already spread across the Gree River. It wouldn't take long for the news to reach Lord Paulus' ears. However, they still couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Everyone's gaze turned towards the most experienced scout in the group, who was also the one who spoke. The experienced scout pondered for a moment before speaking. The most important thing is to pass the news back. This matter is a little strange. I've been a scout for so long, but I've never heard of such ferocious rioters. He looked around. This is an ambush. An ambush? I heard that Captain Carglass also participated in this battle. Carglass was Lord Maxon's son. If one's memory was good enough, they would remember that this young man had once served under Lord Paulus for a period of time. However, that was not the case. Carglass did not boast because Lord Paulus did not have any children of his own. He had always treated this young man as his own son and passed on all his experiences in war to him. Carglass' performance did not disappoint the old knight. He performed outstandingly in the battle against the Highlanders and had a high reputation among Lord Paulus' subordinates. Even if he wanted to join Princess Griffin's side, the old knight had also agreed to it. Lord Paulus might be loyal to Count Ranner, but he was more inclined towards the royal faction. He hoped that this disciple of his would be able to assist Erwin on the path of revival. Why would Captain Carglass be ambushed? When he was leading us, we didn't fall for the tricks of the Highlanders. The scout added with some doubt. The scouts fell silent. This matter was too strange. But the old soldier waved his hand and said, I have a suggestion. Let's split into two groups. On one hand, you will bring the message back to Lord Paulus. The other will continue to move forward and try our luck at Abbey's. That's too risky. A young scout said. No scouts are willing to take the risk. The old soldier waved his hand. I have the highest position here. Listen to my orders. All of you go back. Leave 2 people with me. The scouts looked at each other after hearing the order. They were not worried that they would encounter any danger since they were all elites under Lord Paulus. However, ever since they came to the south, there was a sense of mystery. This was the first time they wanted to retreat. While the scouts were arguing outside the forest, Rabban and Cornelius looked at each other. They turned around and saw a young man wearing a red robe sitting on a rock not far away. The subterranean dweller chieftain Tajiv was looking at the county with fear. This young adept's spell had completely concealed their auras. Even the most skilled of scouts would not be able to find them. Rabban was not sure if the experienced scouts would be able to detect them at this distance. When he served in the Karsuk cavalry regiment, he had seen many scouts in the army. Sometimes, as a cavalryman, he would occasionally act as a scout or two. However, he had only seen experienced scouts like those outside in the most elite brigades. They were definitely first-rate elites. However, he was more surprised by the county's identity. He came from Karsuk and had seen the mysterious Highland wizards before. He was 100% sure that the county was the same type of people. They had the same aura, the aura of the Highland and the Black Tower. He had heard that Brando was a Highland knight, and at this moment, he believed it. But a Highland knight who had a mentor as his squire? What kind of existence was that? While Rabban's mind was in a mess, Cornelius once again withdrew his gaze from the forest. How bold. He was talking about the scouts outside. The scouts had split into two groups. One group was heading towards Abes, while the other was heading north to return to Lord Paulus. They parted ways outside the forest and disappeared into the distance. Hey, Seal looked in that direction and raised his eyebrows slightly. His expression was very similar to Brendel's. In the young wizard's mind, Brendel could be said to be the best master. He was enigmatic and seemed to know everything. He had been trying to imitate Brando's every move recently, and there were signs of him going crazy. However, he immediately laughed at himself. Carglass? I didn't expect that little guy to be so famous among the scouts under Lord Paulus. He has been clamoring for a duel with one of you every day. Don't you two have any objections? Rabban and Cornelius's expression immediately became strange. During the ambush against Lord Maxon, the one who caused them the most trouble was the youth called Carglass. Even Rabban, a veteran, was full of praise for the young man's ability to judge the battlefield. If they hadn't captured Lord Maxon alive in the end, they might have been killed by the young man. However, the county wanted to make fun of the Nightsong Tiger, Rabban, and Cornelius. They had promised that there would be no problems, but in the end, they made a mistake. If the county had acted personally, Carglass would have been captured even if he had grown wings. However, it was precisely because of this that the young man was still unconvinced. Although he didn't say anything like starting over as a soldier, he was still clamoring for a duel with Cornelius, the Nightsong Tiger, or Rabban. The youth's swordsmanship was also very good. Cornelius had wanted to teach him a lesson, but he did not expect that he would suffer a loss. From then on, the Nightsong Tiger, Rabban, and Cornelius would take a detour whenever they went near the dungeon to avoid embarrassing themselves. The county had told Brando that there was a child that he needed to educate, and in fact, he was referring to this youth. Seeing the two leaders' strange expressions, the youth smiled and shook his head. So, how do you plan to deal with this matter? He changed the topic and pointed outside. How do we deal with it? The silver-haired middle-aged man looked at the county with a questioning gaze. The three of them seemed to have ignored Tajiv, which made the subterranean dwellers' leader unhappy. Speaking of which, it was his men who had discovered the scouts and immediately notified the humans. However, the county did not forget about the subterranean dwellers' leader who had not been living a good life recently. He nodded at Tajiv. Of course, this matter is still Tajiv's contribution. As for how to deal with them, we will capture them. As for how to deal with them, that is Lord Maxon's business. Tajiv puffed out its chest when it heard this. What about the others? Rabban frowned. From the county's words, it seemed like they were going to release the scouts who went back to report the matter. The county nodded. Let them go. This is Lord Maxon's wish. What does that youth mean? Rabban and Cornelius looked at each other. What does he want to do? If he were to release those scouts, it was entirely possible that Lord Paulus would be alerted. If that happened, no one could say for sure what would happen next. However, the county did not answer the question and only looked up at the sky. It seems like Lord Maxon is going to do something big this time. P.S. Aha, it's actually one more chapter. Did you guess correctly? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 330. Brando was prepared to go all out this time. After the series of events in the Shafland mines, silver was like blood being injected into the veins of the territory, bringing vitality to the territory. At the same time, the benefits obtained from the runic dwarves' sanctuary had greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Brando quickly found that he had the strength to deal with greater challenges. But it was not just a challenge. Because challenges also represented opportunities, just like how risks and benefits always coexisted. At this time, Brando turned his gaze to the distant north. He decided to give the nobles a louder voice. A voice about the rise of a new power. As part of the plan, this new power had to prove itself to the ancient kingdom as soon as possible, whether it was a warning to the enemy or a confidence to potential allies. Brando considered that his letter should have reached Princess Griffin's hands by now. No matter what the reason was, the news of Lord Maxon's crushing defeat finally reached Count Randner's ears. Of course, it also reached the Royal Cavalry Academy at the same time, where the princess was sitting on the mahogany desk in front of her. The half-fairy princess' thin and thick eyelashes drooped slightly as she sat on a red velvet chair, looking at the two reports on the desk. To be exact, it was a letter and a piece of parchment. Today, she wore a well-tailored military uniform, but the special silver uniform accentuated her delicate curves, adding a sense of solemnity and heroism to her delicate appearance. Griffin did not open her mouth to speak, but her pale silver eyes occasionally blinked slightly. After a while, she used her finger to lightly tap on the desk, recovering from this rare state of concentration. She raised her head. Maynard and Oberway were not here. Standing in front of the desk was another group of people. In fact, she only recognized one of them. The half-fairy princess nodded to the old man. Teacher. The old man wearing a scholar's robe was the court master, Grand Master Fleetwood. He did not have the arrogance he had when facing Brando, but bowed respectfully. The princess was his proudest disciple, but at the same time, she was also the hope for the revival of the royal faction. Even though he had absolute authority when imparting knowledge, at this time, he had to show the courtesy of a subject. Your Highness. Princess Griffin smiled faintly, her gaze sweeping across the other people. She had never seen these people before, but she recognized them one by one. The only young man who was in good spirits, but he did not know what to do. That was Eek. There was a middle-aged man standing beside the young man. Even though he had been through a lot, he still had the temperament of a noble. The half-elf girl remembered seeing him when she was very young. She guessed that he should be Makarov. Makaro the Cunning Fox. The leader of the royal faction. Next to him was a man with long and slender palms. It was obvious that he had been practicing swordsmanship for a long time. Griffin smiled. It was Bugha the Cross. The last one, without a doubt, was the rumored noble who was different from the rest, the Violet Earl. Even though the half-fairy princess had never seen Bali before, she had heard of his name. Her gaze stopped on the four people one by one. Based on the clues from the past reports and her own meticulous observation, she recognized these famous guests without Grandmaster Fleetwood's introduction. The son of Duke Anthony, the current successor of the Cross Sword, the former leading figure of the royal faction, and Count Bar, who was known as the cunning fox of this generation. These people could indeed be considered to be famous. Especially the youngest, Eek. Even though Anthony was only a small duchy at the border between Ampere Seal and Erech, under the current situation, Duke Lone's support was crucial to the princess. Fortunately, Duke Anthony and Duke Erech had always been at odds, and this had already escalated to the level of hatred. Griffin's gaze stopped on Eek's face for a second. This special treatment made the young man blush. He had yet to adapt to his past identity. Anyone who suddenly jumped from a nameless mercenary to a prominent noble would be shocked. Moreover, he did not expect the princess to be so beautiful. As a half-elf, she was known as the brightest jewel in Erwin's crown. Griffin had a special kind of beauty in her temperament. It was as if she had the coldness of an elf, but also the friendliness of a human. The two opposite temperaments mixed together easily made people who saw her for the first time feel a rush of excitement. Even though she was still young, she already had the potential to cause the downfall of a city. Mr. Eek, Griffin said, Lord Makaro, Count Bali, Mr. Bugha, I'm very happy that you are here to support the royal family of Covardo at this time. She opened her mouth and pointed out their identities one by one, which obviously surprised them. Only Makaro was happy. He saw that the princess was indeed as outstanding as the rumors said. With such an heir to the royal family of Covardo, he felt that his hopes were not so slim. This cunning fox always believed that humans were the most important, but the human heart was just as important as manpower. He did not like the impulsiveness of the eldest prince. Now that he saw the princess, he felt a lot more at ease. But for some reason, he suddenly thought of another young man at this time. He quickly shook his head and expelled this experience from his memory. The Violet Count did not say anything as he looked at the two reports on the princess's desk from afar. He was not interested in the princess's polite words. As for determining their identity, it was not difficult. If Princess Griffin could not even do this, then she would be letting down the rumors about her. On the contrary, he was very interested in why the princess was so engrossed in the reports. He was a person like the princess, who rarely revealed her emotions. However, when they came in, the princess was reading the two reports with her hands on her cheeks. As he read, he even smiled slightly. Count Bar was willing to bet that the princess herself didn't even realize that she was laughing just now. Interesting. The unusual nobleman said to himself in his heart. However, he did not speak rashly. Even though he did not stick to the rules, he was not a rash person. It was not his turn to speak at this time. He looked at Fleetwood, and sure enough, the old man had already spoken. "Your Highness, please don't say that. This old servant is a little late than expected." Fleetwood lowered his head and replied, "There were some delays on the way." He looked up and asked, "Your Highness, how is the situation in the north right now?" "Dark clouds are gathering." Princess Griffin looked out of the window and used a simple but appropriate word to describe the movements of the Duke's alliance in the north. "Their lobbyists have already entered Ampere Seal, and it seems that they are about to persuade the greedy merchants." "Are there any plans to counter them?" Makarov asked. Everyone looked at him, but after more than 10 years of experience, this cunning fox had changed. He had become much more practical, and no longer followed the rules of the noble circle. Under normal circumstances, it was not his turn to speak. But because of this, Griffin's silver eyes lit up slightly. Unlike the others, this princess appreciated such talents more. "I have already asked Princess Magadal. You all know that she has a lot of connections, and has a close relationship with the Holy Cathedral. She might be able to turn the situation around." The half-elf girl replied. "Is it that nun princess?" Fleetwood asked tentatively. The half-elf girl nodded. "Is there any protection?" Makarov immediately asked. "At this stage of the war, the enemy and our side's movements are almost transparent. Once Princess Magadal leaves this place, she might be intercepted." Griffin was even more impressed, and she smiled slightly. "Of course, Maynard will personally lead the team." Bugha raised his eyebrows. Maynard was Madame Miller's daughter, and was related to Duke Lone. He had met her once a long time ago. At that time, she was still a little girl, but the talent she displayed in swordsmanship was already amazing. He thought that after so many years, she should have grown into an outstanding swordsman. Bugha knew Maynard, and Makarov was no exception. When he heard the name, he was obviously relieved, but he still said, "Madame Miller's daughter may be outstanding, but she is still a student of the academy." "I think that your Highness needs a more experienced leader." Princess Griffin nodded. "That is why I did not let them leave immediately, but waited for everyone to arrive." Makarov was shocked. He and Bugha looked at each other, and they were both impressed by the princess' flawless arrangements. Bugha immediately stepped forward and placed a hand on his sword. "I will not refuse." Griffin nodded. The room became silent. Even though Duke Lone and the Corvado royal family had a secret agreement to reach, it was not a good time to talk about it. But everyone felt as if there was nothing else to talk about other than this matter. The pressure from the north was getting stronger, and even though everyone's expression was calm, they still felt a sense of urgency. Naturally, they were not in the mood to talk about the affairs of the nobles. Only the half-fairy princess was more relaxed. She smiled at her guests. "Everyone, please have a seat. Why don't we talk about something more relaxing? I have been hearing bad news for the past few days. Tell me about some interesting things that happened along the way. If I remember correctly, Mr. Eek was once a mercenary, right?" That is a unique and amazing experience among us nobles. Princess Griffin looked at Makarov as she spoke, obviously praising him as well. Also, I remember that Master Fleetwood is always punctual. This time, you must have met with some trouble. Can you tell me more about it? Griffin asked in a relaxed tone. Eek was currently in a state of absent-mindedness. He didn't have the ability to answer the princess's question. He could only stammer and stammer. It was Grandmaster Fleetwood who spoke first. It's like this, Your Highness. We did meet with some trouble. It has something to do with the golden apple. The golden apple. Griffin felt her heart skip a beat as she focused her attention. This slight change in the princess's expression was hidden from almost everyone, but only Count Bar saw it. The noble who stood out from the crowd raised his eyebrows. P.S. Hey, buddy, don't tell me you don't believe this is real. There's an even bigger surprise to come. However, it seems like your support isn't that great. Chapter 331. Let's turn our attention to Paydarson. The core of Ranner province was located at the border between Ranner province, Enrich, and Frada. Originally, it was to prevent the Highlanders from invading the north, but as the kingdom's rule over the south gradually stabilized, it became the center of political symbolism. Currently, Ranner's largest fortress was Fort Balasar, but Count Ranner still preferred to place his administrative center in Paydarson. Paydarson Castle had a history of nearly 130 years. Its style originated from the revival of the Elven style during the Year of the Return of Glory, and it could be said to be one of the few surviving works of art from that era. It was also one of the proudest places of the Ranner family. It symbolized the respect this family had for tradition, and this respect earned them a relatively high reputation among the nobles. Of course, this also complemented Count Ranner's good reputation among the nobles of Aween for being a two-faced person. Just like the veteran gatekeeper, Hood had been guarding the gate of the castle for most of his life, but since the November War, this was the first time he saw a knight rushing towards the gate at such a fast speed. The ground shook from the impact of the horse's hooves. The veteran almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The world is still peaceful right now. Is there a war in the north already? The veteran immediately recognized the knight's attire. It was one of his own. There was an urgent report. Hood was an experienced veteran. He pushed the slow-moving novice aside and gripped the capstan with his bulging veins. The gate immediately creaked as it rose. The knight did not stop at all. He flashed across the drawbridge like a bolt of lightning and went straight into the castle. The report in his hands was quickly passed to the castle's attendant, who then passed it to the steward. It did not take much time to pass it up the chain of command. Count Ranner had set 3 levels of urgency for his letters, and this letter was one of them. It had been almost 10 years since such a report appeared. Most of it was military news. Soon, the steward rang a bell. The bell was connected to Count Ranner's room by a string. Most nobles could use magic, but Count Ranner had a hobby. He knew a little about magic because he believed that magic was not a safe thing to do. If he could use machinery, he would definitely not use magic. This was a well-known anecdote among the nobles. When the bell rang on Count Ranner's left hand, he was conversing with his guest. Count Ranner had a head full of white hair, but no one could tell how old he was. He had participated in the November War. The tragedy of the November War had nothing to do with the nobles. It was a war that greatly damaged the kingdom, and the nobles still remembered it clearly. Monsieur the Count wore a monocle, and was neatly dressed, with a black ermine coat with a ruffled ruff of silver, and a handsome beard, though there was a faint smile of benevolence on his face. But to others, this smile signified an unfathomable emotion. Especially the guest sitting below. This guest was not from Kurlutz, and many people like him did not even admit that they were from Aween. In Erwin's SS, they had a common name, Highlanders. Highlanders, as the name suggested, were the people of the mountains. There were many tribes in Wone that were called Highlanders, and most of them were barbarians. Erwin's Highlanders were a branch of the Natai people. They were considered uncivilized 200 years ago, but after being ruled by the kingdom, they gradually integrated into the civilized world. However, there was one thing that did not change. The Highlanders had always pursued their own independence. Of course, this independence was not tolerated by the kingdom. Thus, the borders of Ranner had never been peaceful, and there were all sorts of conflicts and border wars all year round. Of course, not all Highlanders were like this. There were some who were willing to accept the rule of the kingdom. For example, the guest sitting beside Ranner came from a region under Ranner's rule. His purpose in coming here was simple. He hoped that Count Ranner could reduce the taxes in the south. Due to the invasion of Madara, and the fact that Madara's army was still entrenched in the south, it was an open secret. The flames of war had a devastating effect on the local agriculture and production. Many regions had almost no harvests. Not to mention the heavy taxes, it was difficult to even survive. However, the kingdom did not seem to notice this. Instead, its rule over the Highlanders became even stricter. Count Ranner listened attentively to the guest's story. He maintained a smile on his face throughout and did not express his opinion. For someone of his age, his smile made him seem like a kind old man, but the guest sitting below him did not dare to think so. Most people who thought so did not have a dignified ending. Just as the envoy was about to state his request, the bell on Count Ranner's left hand began to ring. The Count's expression changed slightly. This was the first time he could not maintain a smile on his face since this afternoon. He could not remember how long it had been since he received an urgent report. The old man frowned slightly and stood up. However, he did not appear to be rude at all. Instead, he politely nodded to the envoy and said, "My apologies, please wait a moment. Allow me to leave for a moment." "Please, my lord." The envoy stood up in fear and trepidation. He did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. Count Ranner left the study and opened a door to a room next to it. He immediately saw his aide and assistant waiting for him. "What's going on?" Count Ranner's expression did not remain unchanged in front of his longtime deputy. Instead, he immediately asked with a solemn expression. "It's related to Tonagel." The aide replied. "Is it the same matter as last time?" Count Ranner took a silver snuff bottle from the servant beside him and took a puff. "That trash still hasn't been dealt with? It's already been half a month." The old noble said angrily. "There's a new report this time. It was sent by Lord Paulus." "Lord Paulus?" Count Ranner paused for a moment. Lord Paulus was Grodin's retainer, but he was also Count Ranner's old subordinate. Lord Paulus had participated in the November War with Count Ranner. Even though he only participated in a few small battles at the end of the war, he was still Count Ranner's most trusted aide. Count Ranner did not doubt Lord Paulus' loyalty to him and his family. When he heard that the report was from the old knight, he immediately calmed down and asked, "What did he say?" The aide did not answer. Instead, he passed the letter to Count Ranner. "Brando?" Princess Griffin's thin eyebrows finally moved slightly when she heard the name. A hint of surprise flashed in her pale silver eyes. The surprise only lasted for a moment before she furrowed her brows. "That young man told you that his name is Brando?" The half-fairy princess raised her eyelashes slightly and looked at the guests in front of her. Most people wouldn't easily reveal their true identity under such circumstances. That's for most people. This was the first time Count Bar interrupted. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly, "But I don't think he's an ordinary person. Someone who has such a close relationship with the Silver Elves can't be that ordinary." "Your Highness," Griffin crossed her slender fingers and rested them on her chin. She was lost in thought for a moment. Golden Apple, Silver Elf, Dragon Magic, Highland Knight. She lowered her head. "You said he's a silver-ranked warrior?" "I'm afraid so." Makarov nodded. 20 years old. Princess Griffin looked at Eichel, but her heart was in turmoil. Auberbeck clearly told her that the young man was at most a iron-ranked warrior. "Isn't that the same as Mr. Eichel?" "He's a true prodigy," Bugha replied. "There's another interesting thing, his swordsmanship." "What's wrong with his swordsmanship?" "His swordsmanship has a shadow that I'm very familiar with." It's like someone I know, Mr. Buga, please continue. Sword Saint Darius. Sword Saint Darius? Griffin was puzzled, but Mr. Buga, you said that the young man uses the standard Erewhon's military swordsmanship. It's not the same as Grandmaster Darius, right? Sword Saint Darius also knows how to use military swordsmanship, Fleetwood replied. Your Highness, have you forgotten that he was born in the military? Improved swordsmanship. Princess Griffin's heart skipped a beat. Fleetwood continued, but a 20-year-old silver-ranked swordsman is already very rare. The old man glanced at Eichel as he spoke. The young man lowered his head in embarrassment. The half-elf girl also felt a little emotional when she heard this. The Champions Tournament had just ended, and a group of similarly outstanding youths had emerged. She couldn't help but wonder if Mother Marcia was still looking after Aween. But if that's the case, why is the situation so difficult? Why do I feel so powerless? Griffin felt a little tired, but she immediately used her extraordinary willpower to divert her attention. She took a deep breath and her face lost some color. But she still asked seriously, also, Grandmaster Fleetwood. Your Highness. You said that the golden apple in the young man's hand did not form a connection with his soul? Yes, I am certain that I did not see wrongly, Fleetwood replied. I can guarantee this with the honor of being a court magician for decades. This time, Griffin was really tempted. It was said that the golden apple could change a person's fate and make them change completely. If she had the golden apple, would her weak brother be able to become the real king of Erewhon? But what puzzled her was that anyone who got their hands on the golden apple would immediately think of a way to take it for themselves. But why was that young man unmoved? Was it just a fake? Impossible, her teacher would not have seen wrongly. But Griffin thought that since the young man had such a close relationship with the Silver Elves, he might not be an ordinary person. Maybe he had other plans for the golden apple. Griffin thought of the legends of the Highland Knight, dragon magic, and the Silver Elves, and her heart began to pound. Griffin looked up, her eyes shining. Can we find a way to win him over? Win him over? Everyone was stunned. Of course they wanted to. Whether it was his relationship with the Silver Elves or the owner of the golden apple, they were willing to do so. But they had already offended him, so what could they do? Although the young man showed that he had a good impression of the royal family, it did not mean anything. It's a little difficult, Makarov, the most pragmatic person, immediately replied. No. Griffin smiled and shook her head. She thought that it was a little funny. It might not be as difficult as you think, if it is the same person. Everyone was stunned. Griffin picked up a letter in front of her with 2 fingers and handed it over. Take a look. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 332. On the 17th of the month of autumn, written in Tonajul, Baron Abe's territory. Griffin. Your Highness Odorfice. During the battle 2 nights ago, Madara's undead army from the Black Lord Insursta's side bypassed the 4 southern territories and launched a sneak attack on Abe's castle. Not only did they cause heavy casualties, but Baron Griffin also died in the battle. As a guest of the Baron's hospitality, a knight of the kingdom, and the Lord of Valhalla, this humble servant believes that this humble servant is responsible for the defense of this place. After a night of battle, the undead have been repelled. However, in order to prevent the undead from invading again, from today onwards, I will temporarily take charge of the defense and administration of this place until the new lord personally appointed by Her Highness arrives. Makarov took the letter and read half of it. His expression turned strange. However, he was still an experienced and knowledgeable person. He coughed and continued reading. Furthermore, this humble servant is questioning Count Ranner's responsibility. Why did he conceal the news of Insursta's undead army stopping in the south, and why did he allow Madara's army to bypass the 4 territories without warning? Secondly, I hope that Your Highness will forgive me. Lastly, I will attach a magic stone that recorded the images of the battlefield to prove my words. He raised his head. The magic stone is with me, the princess replied without changing her expression. Please continue reading, Lord Makarov. That's all, Your Highness. No, there's one more sentence. The princess' thick eyelashes drooped slightly. Makarov picked up the letter and saw that there was indeed a line of words at the bottom. His eyelids twitched when he saw the words, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. Brando. The scene fell silent. Makarov put the letter back in its original position with a strange expression on his face. He then looked at the others and joked, I know Baron Grodin isn't doing his job well, but this little guy is a little too daring. He thought for a moment, but could not find the right words to describe this boldness. This is ridiculous. Grandmaster Fleetwood said coldly, this is a challenge to the kingdom. He's breaking the rules of the game between nobles. Princess Griffin frowned when she heard the word rules of the game. This subtle change in expression did not escape the eyes of the Violet Countess. What do you all think? She asked. I believe in Mr. Brando's words. Eek was the first to speak. Although the young man was a bit nervous, he still stood up and said, the Mr. Brando I know is a real knight. People can be disguised, young man, said Master Fleetwood. Makarov and the Violet Countess nodded in agreement. As nobles who had experienced many conflicts, they had a much deeper understanding of human nature than ordinary people. The half-elf girl's expression was a little dull. She didn't say a word, and her expression showed neither approval nor disapproval. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she looked at the young man who spoke for the first time with her silver eyes. Grandmaster Fleetwood, Eek bowed respectfully to the old man, but he did not back down. People will not lie in the face of life and death. Moreover, what I saw was actions, not words. The childishness on the young man's face slowly faded away. He looked at everyone present except for Princess Griffin and said, otherwise, I don't think Mr. Brando would be able to reprimand us so righteously. Even the legendary divine artifact acknowledged his words. The half-elf girl was a little surprised. She had heard Makarov and the others mention the divine artifact before. But what did Eek mean when he said that Brando reprimanded them so righteously and caused the divine artifact to react? She looked at the others curiously. Her curiosity was no different from a 15-year-old girl's curiosity towards the outside world, but there was a hint of restraint in her actions. Fleetwood didn't expect Ike to bring up the matter. They had planned to keep it a secret since it wasn't something to be proud of. But when he saw the princess's girlish eyes, he knew he couldn't keep it a secret anymore. If the princess wanted to know something, she would know it. She was smart enough to know it. The Grandmaster coughed and nodded to Makarov. Makarov felt even more helpless because he was the one who was reprimanded the most. Left with no other choice, the cunning fox could only recount the entire incident. He then added, Your Highness, we didn't mean to hide such a small matter. Princess Griffin nodded and said with tolerance, It's not strange to have conflicts due to different viewpoints. But come to think of it, Master Fleetwood, you were the one who taught me this. Fleetwood hurriedly lowered his head in fear and trepidation. He knew that his student was blaming him for trying to hide this matter. This made the old man feel both fear and relief. The fear came from the suspicion of his superior, but the relief came from the fact that the princess was complaining instead of blaming him. This could be considered a form of intimacy. Makarov and Count Bar looked at each other and sighed in relief. The princess had already said that she wouldn't pursue this matter. Although the Violet Earl was nominally under Grand Duke Lone's command, since his lord had chosen a side, he had to serve this new alliance wholeheartedly. Griffin asked again, but you said that when the young man called Brando reprimanded you, he reacted to the divine artifact. I'm curious, what did he say to cause such a huge commotion? He asked us if we still remember the beliefs of the late king. Makarov replied in a low voice. In fact, Brando's question had shaken him greatly. Every question that the young man asked was straight to the point. At least for the royal faction, it was a question of their ideals and pursuit. It sounded intolerable, but they couldn't refute it. Oh. Griffin's interest was piqued. She suddenly remembered the story that Oberway told her. It was the story of a knight leading a group of refugees to attack Madara's army. It was a story that shone in the ancient times when the blood of Erewhon's nobles had yet to turn cold. But what made her heart sway was that this story really happened in the same era as her. That was why she remembered the knight in the story. But today, she couldn't help but recall that scene. "Can you tell me more about it?" she asked subconsciously. Makarov was in a difficult position. For the first time, the Violet Count beside him took the initiative to stand up. He replied, "Let me repeat." "Thank you." Griffin nodded slightly. Count Barr's expression turned serious. "I remember that during the most glorious era of Erewhon. Erewhon's knight held a bugle and a swallow-tailed flag. When the bugle sounded, the blades of the kingdom charged forward. The room suddenly became quiet. Makarov sighed and continued Count Barr's words. "I remember that the battlefield was a sea of flags embroidered with the golden coat of arms of Corvado, Grenoires, and enrich. I remember that the nobles of that era still kept their oaths. Do you still remember that oath?" "Of course." Griffin closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. She crossed her fingers and put them to her nose as if she was praying. The answer in her heart was clearer than anyone else. She silently said, "I swear the oath of the sage under this sword. I vow to lead my people away from strife and slaughter, away from the arrogance and greed of the nobles of the empire. I vow to not repeat the cold-blooded mistakes of history. I vow to make the nobles of this new kingdom follow the spirit of chivalry. I vow to be fair and strict, upright and brave, merciful and generous. I vow to uphold this vow with all my strength." When the last syllable fell, the weak and strong half-fairy princess was in a daze. What the young man said was so clear that it seemed to have hit the weak spot in her heart. Griffin always thought that she was strong enough, but when someone understood her lifelong dream, the strong half-elf girl was still stunned. She didn't know that there was another her in the other world, and she was using the same determination and hard work to carry out her dream. In that world, Aween was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea, but she steered the boat forward with unparalleled faith. The dream that ran through Erewhon's main storyline in the Amber Sword. It was like a light in the dark, attracting all the moths. Whether it was the Valkyrie or Erewhon's players, countless people stepped forward to let their dreams overlap, just to realize the dream of the Princess Regent. In that dream, the late King Eric swore under the sword to lead his knight to break through the darkness and bring warmth and peace to everyone. That dream was shattered. But at this moment, the dream had just been born. Princess Griffin opened her eyes, and the hesitation of the past few days seemed to be swept away. Although the dark clouds in the northern sky were getting thicker and thicker, and the first snow seemed to be ready to fall, she felt that she had found the direction. "He's right." The half-elf girl's expression was a little more serious. "But dreams can only be realized by breaking reality. The difficulty will not be reduced because we have become determined. The question is, how do we deal with it? What do you think?" She looked up and asked. "Tell me your thoughts on this matter. P.S. There are always countless prophetic emperors. You've all worked hard, so I'll satisfy you all a little." Chapter 333. He's trying to get on our good side. Makarov replied succinctly. "Interesting." The Violet Count smiled. Even though the young man was impulsive, he was not reckless. He was indeed interesting, and the fact that the young man sent the letter at such an opportune time was extremely good. This was obviously not a coincidence. Barr raised his head and glanced at Makarov, thinking that the old fox must have noticed this as well. But what does he want? If he wants support, it's too naive to rely on a letter that can't even be considered a pledge of allegiance. Someone who can send such a letter is definitely not so naive. But if he only wants a promise from the royal faction and the princess, then how is he going to resolve the crisis? Empty words will not be able to stop an army. The Violet Count was suddenly very curious. This young man's actions were like walking on a tightrope, dangerous and exciting. But what made him even more interested was that this was the first time he could not see through the outcome of a matter. Interesting. He just wants us to shelter him from the wind and rain. Fleetwood furrowed his brows. How can there be such a good thing, Your Highness? If we agree to his request, we will greatly offend Count Ranner. Princess Griffin furrowed her brows. Count Ranner was not a reliable ally to her, and it was more like a knife that was hanging behind her back. But this old man had not made his stance clear. Just like what her teacher said, it would be unwise to force him to side with the royal family. Humph, an old fox. Griffin rubbed her forehead in annoyance. I don't think that young man doesn't know about this. Makarov thought for a while and interrupted. He should know who's more important in our hearts, him and Count Ranner. Makarov, you mean? Princess Griffin muttered to herself for a moment, and her silver eyes lit up. She looked at the letter on the table. If that's the case, why did he send this letter? I don't think it's to mock our intelligence, Makarov asked. This witty remark made the Violet Countess smile. Princess Griffin's expression also became gentler. Only Wood snorted softly. That's right. There are two meanings behind the word shelter. Count Bar agreed with Makarov's point of view. I think this young man is trying to be friendly with us, but he doesn't want to join us. He knows his place very well. Then what does he want to do? Grand Master Fleetwood's snow-white eyebrows twitched. Although he was Erewhon's chief court magician, he had devoted his whole life to learning more advanced magic skills, so he still didn't know much about the fights between nobles. What does he want to do? Didn't he make it very clear? The Violet Earl smiled. Although Grandmaster Fleetwood was not good at reading people's minds, he was still a wise man who had made it this far on the path of wizardry. Are you saying that he wants us to admit his words? Grandmaster Fleetwood asked. He frowned. Even though he did not have a good impression of the young man, he had to admit that it was a worthwhile investment if he could gain Brendel's goodwill. The old man knew his place. He was Erewhon's court magician, the mentor of this half-fairy princess, and Grandmaster Fleetwood. His personal likes and dislikes had to be placed behind the interests of the group. There's no need to accept his words. This youth's goal is clear. He wants to go against Count Ranner, but he wants to avoid attracting everyone's attention. Makarov was the one who saw through Brendel's intentions the clearest. His target is Count Ranner, but he wants to avoid being attacked by everyone. But his actions are already a challenge to all the nobles. No one has ever dared to take over a legitimate noble's territory. This precedent, the old man shook his head worriedly. This young man didn't take it by force. Count Bar shook his head and said in amusement. Makarov glanced at him. He was curious why the Violet Count, who usually did not have any preferences, would side with the young man. However, he still replied, that depends on how others interpret it. Most importantly, how we interpret it is. Sometimes, an excuse and a direct confrontation are two completely different things, Makarov replied. His letter said that the magic stone used to record the information. Has your highness seen it? I did. Griffin nodded. There is indeed Madara's army, and there are more than a few of them. Griffin snorted. I don't want to get involved in the conflict between Count Ranner and Madara, but, she did not finish her sentence, but the dissatisfaction in her words was very obvious. He's well prepared. Count Bar was referring to Brando. He was starting to admire the young man more and more. Then let's see what benefits we can get. Makarov's expression became serious. We can't give up on Count Ranner. But there's something that surprised me. Everyone looked at Makarov, waiting for him to continue. He seems to have seen through our relationship with Count Ranner. He wants to use us as a pawn. A pawn? Grandmaster Fleetwood was puzzled. Amazing. Count Bar's eyes lit up. Even he did not see through Brendel's intentions. This is a good move to force Count Ranner into a corner. Yes, Makarov nodded. Unlike the Violet Count's surprise, Makarov was a little apprehensive. Putting aside how Brando managed to guess the thoughts of the royal faction, just his foresight towards Erewhon was enough to make him raise his guard. This young man is trying to get on our good side. Count Ranner should know that there are no secrets between nobles. Then, Makarov continued, what do you think that old fox will do? If he chooses to side with Duke Erech, What kind of situation will he face? He will be attacked from the back. The Violet Countess listened quietly. She couldn't help but look at the old leader of the royal faction, whose hair had turned gray, but who was still as elegant as ever. She couldn't help but think to herself, only this person could see through the situation so clearly. As expected, the older the wiser. But what benefits does he have by doing this? Princess Griffin nodded in agreement after listening to Makarov's words. He's willing to be our pawn. If we can get Count Randner to side with us, we can abandon him at any time. I'm sure he understands this. Grandmaster Fleetwood was startled. He felt that the young man was not as hateful as he thought, but he still hesitated. That young man seems to have a good impression of us. He might be willing to side with us. Besides, we're the only ones who can cover this up for him. Count Bar glanced at the old man. A scholar will always be a scholar, and he will never become a politician. He continued, what this young man wants is simple. He wants to play a game of balance. He's choosing a side, and he's certain that Count Randner will not side with us. What a gambler. A voice came from outside the door. The knight outside opened the door, and a noble wearing a mink coat walked in. Seeing the familiar face, Makarov was slightly startled. Oberway. When he was still in the royal faction, Oberway was just a smart and capable young man. But at this moment, the impulsiveness and sharpness on his youthful face had receded, and his temperament had become steady and sharp. Oberway looked at Makarov and bowed slightly to the princess, Your Highness. He then greeted Makarov, Lord Makarov. Oberway's position in the king's party was slightly higher than Makarov's, but Oberway's humble attitude made Makarov very happy. He nodded and smiled, Lord Oberway. You're welcome. Oberway raised his head and replied, let's continue the topic from before. I believe that Lord Makarov and Count Bar's analysis is not without reason, but I have something to say about what the young man wants. The room became silent. Everyone's gaze was on the uninvited guest, especially Princess Griffin. Out of everyone present, she was the only one who knew that the Wolf Baron was the one who understood the youth the most. Oberway looked around and smiled. Some people are not worthy of being chess pieces, they are mediocre. Some people unconsciously become chess pieces for others, they are fools. But if this young man takes the initiative to become our chess piece, then he is a chess player. Chess player? Yes, even if he only controls one chess piece, he can still be considered a chess player. It's just that in this game of chess, he's already on the same level as us. Oberway paused. He's a chess piece, but so are we. It's just that we have more resources. Everyone was silent. So, Oberway, you're saying that he wants to participate in this game? Even the half-elf girl was in disbelief. She took a deep breath and said, isn't this like trying to gain something without risking anything? This is too infuriating. Yes, Oberway shook his head and saw the helplessness in Makarov's eyes, but we can only choose to accept because his proposal is the most beneficial choice for us. What a cunning fellow. Fleetwood shook his head and suddenly felt that he should not have participated in this discussion. He rubbed his forehead. Then what should we do? The old man asked tiredly. Just smooth things over. Oberway made the final decision. As for the rest, he smiled. Let's just watch the young man perform. Perform? Everyone was in disbelief. Even Eek, who had the most confidence in Brando, could not help but worry. On one side was a young man with nothing, and on the other side was the cunning and powerful Count Randner. Perhaps Brando had the Silver Elves behind him, but the Silver Elves had already made it clear that they would not interfere in Erewhon's internal strife. Then where did his confidence come from? Princess Griffin was the only one who looked at the report on the table thoughtfully. There was only a simple sentence written on the report, Trentheim, Sir Maxon suffered a crushing defeat. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidien.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 334. After Count Randner finished reading the report in his hand, he gently placed the parchment on top of the fireplace. This old noble who had experienced many hardships in life fell into a rare silence. After a while, he raised his head and looked at his trusted aide with a gloomy expression. "You're trash, and your subordinates are trash as well." "How long ago was this report?" "Half a month ago." "It's been half a month, and Tonajul has caused such a huge mess." "My lord, this might not be a riot." Count Ranner's trusted aide said, "No matter how weak Lord Maxon is, he shouldn't have been defeated by a bunch of mobs. They're mercenaries, but mercenaries are annoying flies. If they don't smell the stench of profit, they won't come buzzing over." Count Ranner replied, "There's someone behind this." Even though the report mentioned that Grodin had offended the mercenaries, the old noble who had experienced many hardships in his life knew that they would not easily go against a lord without sufficient conditions. They would definitely think that Grodin had Count Ranner's backing. Count Ranner calmed down and tapped the emerald ring on his right index finger with his left hand. Those who were familiar with him knew that this meant that he was deep in thought, and should not be disturbed when he was deep in thought. Count Ranner's trusted aide saw this and shut his mouth, waiting for him to make a decision. "I'm only concerned about two things," Count Ranner replied after a long pause. "First, is Grodin dead or alive? Second, who is the person behind all this?" Count Ranner's trusted aide lowered his head and pretended to listen carefully. He knew that this important person had not finished speaking yet. But at this moment, the door was opened with a creak, interrupting Count Ranner's words. A tall youth rushed in from outside. "Father." The youth's voice was faster than the person's, and his voice was full of energy. "How many times have I told you to knock before you come in?" Ranner looked at the newcomer and replied coldly, "How many times have I told you to knock before you enter?" "Didn't you tell me before, father?" A man of great ambition doesn't bother with trifles. The young man strode to his father's side. This young man was Count Ranner's second son, and he was the only one who did not receive a fief at his age. He gave up his fief on his own accord and insisted on staying by Count Ranner's side. Count Ranner naturally understood his son's thoughts, but he did not mind. "It seems like you already know." The urgent news had alarmed the entire castle. He did not think it was strange for his son to rush over so quickly. If he did not know, it meant that his son was not alert enough. "Well, did something happen?" The young man looked around, then casually sat on the sofa at the side and raised his head to ask. "Something happened to your brother." "Really?" Count Ranner raised an eyebrow, and for the first time, he spoke with a hint of anger in his voice. "Why do you sound so happy when your brother is in trouble?" "I'm sorry, father." The young man picked up the cup on the side and then put it down with a smile. "I know it's not very good, but I have no choice. I still don't know how to hide my emotions." The smile on his face was obvious, and it was obvious that Count Ranner was right. Count Ranner shook his head. He was the same in the past, but this was a small matter in his eyes. The conflict between families was one thing, but it was different when outsiders hurt his descendants. This was a precedent that could not be set in any noble family. Even the conflicts between nobles rarely involved killing each other. Conspiracy and violence were two different things. The blood of nobles was precious, and it could not be spilled in vain. When Count Ranner received this report, he had already made up his mind to take revenge in a bloody manner to serve as a warning to others. However, he did not think that this matter was as simple as it seemed. He patted the report and said, "There's a riot in Tonajul, and we don't know if your brother is still alive or not." He paused for a moment, "But I think he's most likely dead." Count Ranner snorted coldly and ordered his trusted aide to explain the current situation to him. Lord Maxon was defeated? The young man shook his head when he heard that his brother was killed by a group of rioters. In his eyes, rioters were rioters, and it was too shameful for a lord to die in a riot. Even he could not help but feel a little gloomy. No matter what, Lord Maxon was still his younger brother, and it was hard for him to raise his head in front of outsiders. But when he heard the news of Lord Maxon's defeat, his expression changed completely. This was not a riot. The young man might be carefree, but he was a person with dense thoughts. He immediately stood up and said to Count Randner, "Father, there's something fishy behind this. Please allow me to summon the army immediately. I will make the person behind all of this pay the price." Count Randner looked at his son and shook his head in disappointment. "Do you know who's behind all of this?" The young man was stunned for a moment before he replied, "As long as the army presses on the border, they will reveal their true colors." "You're not too stupid." Count Randner's expression softened a little, but he still shook his head. "It's not a bad idea, but someone is waiting for us to make a fool of ourselves. If you mobilize the army, won't you be sending the laughingstock to them?" The young man frowned. The experienced old man tapped his forehead. "You need to use your brain more. The sword in your hand can destroy your enemies, but it can't lead you to victory. Think about it again. Of course, whoever benefits from it has the motive." The young man replied. "Correct," Count Randner nodded. "The kingdom is divided into 3 factions, but the most likely to do so is the princess's faction. That cunning little girl really made people feel uneasy. Because what they lacked was time, she wanted to pressure me. She's underestimating the Randner family. But it's not impossible that someone is trying to sow discord, father." The young man did not want his father to side with a wreck because of this. He wanted the princess to pull him to her side. Of course, it would be best if they could form an alliance through marriage. With the princess's help, his position as the heir to the family would be in the bag. Besides, he had long heard of the beauty of the half-fairy princess. Her reputation as the most dazzling jewel on the ancient kingdom's crown was not only in Erewhon, but also in the nearby Cruz Empire. However, Count Randner saw through his thoughts. The old man with a gloomy expression looked at his son coldly. "Don't worry, I'm not going to lose my head over this matter. I'm already past your age. Father? You must remember one thing, Andre," Count Randner said sternly. "It doesn't matter which faction the Randner family favors. What's important is that the Randner family must maintain, or at least obtain, an even more independent status than it is now." The old man raised an eyebrow and said in a gloomy tone, "If you can't obtain that much, then don't think so much. It's important to set your own goals. Greedy people will only make others hate you." The young man paused for a moment, then shrugged. "Of course I understand. But what should we do now?" Count Randner tapped the emerald ring on his right index finger and replied coldly, "That sly little girl tried to play tricks on me, so the Randner family must pay her back in kind. She killed my son, so I'll eat her chess piece. Let's see what she's going to do next, then." The young man patted the hilt of his sword excitedly. "No, there's always an opportunity in danger. We can't handle this matter like this. If I have to personally deal with a small rebellion in a small territory, then won't the Randner family be lowering their status?" The old count shook his head. He was dissatisfied with the young man's eagerness. "Besides, that cunning girl and Duke Arek are keeping a close eye on me. I can't afford to let them take me lightly at this time." The young man clicked his tongue and threw his sword on the sofa. "I understand, father. You have a plan." Count Randner trembled in anger at Brendel's sloppy actions, but before he could reprimand him, Brendel had already interrupted him. "If we don't act, Lord Paulus won't be a match for those rioters, father." The young man rested his hands on the back of the sofa and leaned back comfortably with a lazy expression. "That old knight might have a decent army, but his strength is limited compared to Lord Maxon's. If Lord Maxon loses, then this knight won't win either, right?" Count Randner nodded with a gloomy face. Even though he did not like his son's behavior, he had to admit that his second son was the most outstanding among his sons. While the rest of his sons were not as useless as Grodin, they were still mediocre. "Let me think, father," the young man replied. "Don't tell me you want those skeletons from Madara to act. They might have the ability to do so, but they are not of our race. Lord Paulus, that honest knight, might not be able to control them. In other words, father, do you really trust them? That smiling and Sursta dragon? I heard that he's just a knight in Madara, why not?" Count Randner said in a low voice. He no longer looked at his son and turned to his confidant. "Help me draft 2 letters, Count Randner." The confidant raised his head. The first letter, write it to the dark nobles of Madara. Tell them that the thing they want is still in ABs. If they still want to complete the deal with me, then they have to contribute. Count Randner ordered coldly. The second letter, give it to the messenger of the mountain people. Don't they want to be exempted from taxes? Tell them that if they are willing to participate in this war, not only will I reduce their taxes, I will also provide food for their troops. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support legal reading. Chapter 335. The young man on the sofa snorted at the Count's order. He had to admit that it was a good move to borrow someone else's knife to kill. However, the subordinate was slightly taken aback and quickly lowered his head. No one knew better than him the consequences of the Count's order. Madara's invasion had brought about an unprecedented predicament for the Highlanders. At this moment, to the people living in the mountains and forests, whether it was tax exemption or not, it could be said to be a life-saving measure. Thus, he believed that the Count would not refuse, nor could he refuse. As for war, wasn't war a common occurrence for the barbarians? He immediately calculated in his mind. Even if he did not include Madara's and Lord Paulus's troops, the Highlanders' army alone would exceed 10,000 men. This number made him a little shaken. This time, the Count, who had always been low-key, was determined to show Duke Erek and Princess Griffine his strength. But how many years had it been since he last did this? 10 years, or 20 years? Since the last time the kingdom was in turmoil, it was as if a generation had grown up in the blink of an eye. But this did not mean that the old man had lost his courage. The subordinate who had followed Count Randner for many years secretly glanced at his lord and the young man on the sofa. The old count's hair was already white, but his eyes were gloomy and sharp. The three men present understood that once these two letters were sent out, the footsteps of war could no longer be stopped. But the situation was just so strange. When everyone's attention was focused on the war in the north, who would have thought that the beginning of the civil war would unfold at the southernmost border of this ancient country that no one paid attention to? In Trondheim, which was so remote that it seemed to have been forgotten by everyone. The footsteps of war quietly approached. But at this moment, Brando did not have much understanding of the army that came from the Randner region and was about to arrive at the border. Perhaps he knew that the direction of history had changed. Once the news of Lord Maxon's defeat spread, it meant that he had included himself in the huge wheel of the civil war that would decide Erwin's fate. As for the outcome, it would depend on the performance of all sides. However, at this moment, what Brando was thinking about the most was not this problem. He was currently sitting in a carriage heading to Furber from Schaflund. The carriage was bumpy due to the mountain roads, but the young man was still staring at the blue sky outside the window. For a moment, he was in a daze. The reason why he abandoned all matters related to Schaflund's silver mines and left for Castle Abes in the middle of the night was not because he received news of Count Randner's army approaching the border, nor was it because he received an accurate reply from Princess Regent. It was because of another reason. However, Brando withdrew his gaze from the changing scenery outside the window. His eyes fell on a familiar old dwarf on the opposite side of the carriage. Then, he and the dwarf stared at each other. "Mr. Odom," the young man spoke first, "I would like to know what happened to you." The old dwarf was stunned for a moment. He showed a confused expression as he stuffed a piece of dessert into his mouth. "What do you mean by what happened?" In fact, the old dwarf had already unceremoniously eaten half of the desserts that Fela prepared for him in the hidden compartment of the carriage. Now, he was about to finish the other half. Brando lost his appetite when he saw the way the dwarf ate. Of course, this was probably the dwarf's strategy. At least, it seemed to be working. "I don't remember inviting you to travel with me, right?" Brando said in an annoyed tone. "Aren't you doing well in the mines?" "I didn't ask you to leave either, so why are you always walking around in front of me?" He thought for a moment and took a deep breath before he added, "Since half a month ago. Are you talking about this?" The old dwarf almost choked. He quickly patted his chest and swallowed the dessert. Well said. Young man, this is a problem. Brando felt the corner of his eyes twitching. He felt that if he could, he would kick the old dwarf off the carriage. However, he did not have the mood to do so and coldly replied, Mr. Odom, if that's the case, can I ask you to get off the carriage now? No. The old dwarf hurriedly shook his stubby hand. Of course not. Reason? This. Let me think. Odom was obviously in a difficult position. He could not say that he wanted to see if Brendel had the potential to become the king of the earth and have all the ruined dwarves follow him. He felt that if he said that, Odom would definitely treat him as a lunatic. The old dwarf thought for a while and finally found an excuse. Young man, don't you need someone to do something for you? Brando felt that he was about to laugh out loud. All right, then what can you do, old man? Odom blurted out, I can explore mines, and I'm very good at mining. I'm a disciple of the golden dwarves. You know that even though the ruined dwarves are not good at mining, the golden dwarves are good at mining. Yes, you don't have to say any more. Brando shook his head. Since you're so good at mining, why don't you stay in the mines? The old dwarf froze. He stood there for a long time before stuttering, even though I'm good at mining, I actually want to change my job. He forced a smile at Brando as he spoke. It was an extremely forced smile. Oh. Brando suddenly felt that it was not that uncomfortable to talk to this old dwarf. At least he knew that his actions were strange. Then what do you want to do? The young man asked with a mocking tone. The old dwarf scratched his head. This was a difficult question for him. Other than working in the mines, what else could he do? Odom felt that this question was too strange. What kind of joke was this? He was a ruined dwarf who grew up in the Golden Dwarves tribe. Other than mining, what else could he do? Was this not purposely making things difficult for him? If it was any other person who asked this question, Odom would definitely teach that person a lesson. But he knew that this awkward situation was something he brought upon himself. He hesitated for a long time before finally saying with difficulty, I know a little. Construction. Odom did not lie to Brando. This old dwarf did know a little about construction. Construction and engineering was actually his hobby. This hobby came from the fact that he believed that ruined dwarves should more or less have some knowledge about construction. But of course, his knowledge of construction did not come from the ruined dwarves' inheritance. It was something that he had pieced together. In other words, he was still a miner. That was why the old dwarf did not have much confidence when he spoke. But Brando's interest was piqued. Others might not know what the ruined dwarves did, but he knew. When he heard Odom say that he knew how to build, his eyes lit up and even his worries were thrown to the back of his mind. You said that you know how to build? Brando's voice was raised by 3 octaves. But the young man's raised voice gave the old dwarf a fright. His originally weak answer became even weaker. I know a little, but with the stubborn nature of the dwarves, Odom suddenly realized that he could not appear weak. He was a dwarf, and not just a dwarf. He was a silver citizen, the only bloodline of the ruined dwarves. He immediately coughed and replied, Kid, you see, everyone starts from nothing. Although I only know a little, it only means that I don't have enough experience. You also know that I used to be a miner. These nonsensical words sounded like they were full of loopholes, and even Romaine might not believe them if she was here. But Brendel, who had long been superstitious about the ruined dwarf's talent in construction, listened to her. The young man felt that there was a chance and nodded. I understand. You know how to build a city? You want to build a city? The old dwarf was shocked. Building a city was not an ordinary construction project. He immediately thought that if he were to build a city with his own ability, he might end up like this. He could imagine that the city he built would be located somewhere crookedly and become a famous site in the future. Of course, that would be a negative example. All the ruined dwarves, and even other dwarves, would probably come here and say that to their descendants with a sense of pilgrimage. See, that's the work of the boastful old dwarf, Odom. He even forgot to build a city gate. The old dwarf immediately broke out in cold sweat. He quickly shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts because he saw the hope on Brando's face. How is it? Brando asked in an extremely enticing tone, not just building a city, but a huge fortress. As long as it's built, your name will be passed down forever. The young man lowered his voice and spoke in a distant tone. See, that's the work of the dwarven master builder Odom. He's the one who brought back the glory of the Rune dwarves. Don't tell me you don't know what your ancestors were best at? The words "the glory of the Rune dwarves" moved Odom, or rather, it gave him a huge calming pill. The scene that Brando described to him made him forget that he was a typical three-legged cat in this aspect. The old dwarf immediately confirmed his thoughts. That's right, I'm the descendant of the Rune dwarves. I can't be that bad. And so he nodded with all his might. Good. Brando, who did not know what was going on, felt relieved. He felt that someone had sent him a pillow when he wanted to sleep. It seemed that Lady Martha still cared for him. With the help of a Rune dwarf's descendant, building a fortress would not be a problem. Brando felt that he had profited greatly, and so did Odom. Both of them could see a bright future ahead of them. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidien.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 336. The gate behind the drawbridge creaked as the black carriage drove into Coldwood Castle like a ghost. The atmosphere in the castle seemed to have suddenly become silent. The mercenaries stopped to watch, and almost everyone understood, the young lord had returned. Since Yudo was still in the Shaflan mines, no one had brought back the news of what had happened underground. However, everyone in the castle knew that Brando had only brought 20 men with him to quietly take over the mines. What kind of method was that? Even though the young lord's abilities were deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts, his actions had once again created an image of him as an omnipotent being. When Brando opened the carriage door, he saw that the castle was still shrouded in silence and green even though it was late autumn. The first owner of the castle had carefully selected the trees in the castle so that it would remain green even in this season. However, there were not many changes compared to when he left the castle. The only thing that changed was that Grodden's original style was much less, and the curtains in the rooms were all changed to his favorite beige color. Although the young man didn't know how Falerne knew about his hobbies, the elder sister of the Wild Elf sisters, who always followed him around like a secretary, still made him feel warm in his heart. If there was anything that changed about the castle, it was that it made him feel like he had returned home. The word home was distant and unfamiliar to Brando, as if it had nothing to do with him. The old house in Butchie was like a symbol in his mind, symbolizing his starting point in this world. It had nothing to do with his home. Perhaps Brando still had a home in Bragg's, but whenever he thought of that home, there would always be a barrier in his heart. He knew that as long as he had doubts in his heart, he would not be able to face everything calmly. But today, when he stepped out of the carriage and saw every detail in the quiet castle, he felt a sense of security in his heart. Whether it was the grass and trees in the castle, the clean rooms with bright windows, or the people in the surroundings, they all had a calming feeling that seeped into one's soul. It made him feel like he was back. Brando involuntarily closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Only at this moment could he deeply feel that he was the master of this place, everyone in this castle, including those who were looking at him. What do they hope for? Is it to settle down or to live a better life? Brando suddenly had a feeling that he was not fighting alone. He thought that he finally had the dreams of so many people standing together with him. No matter what their ultimate goal was, Brando believed that he would satisfy everyone. With predictable confidence, Brando opened his eyes and saw the expressionless Wild Elf sister standing in front of him with her notebook in her hands. She stood straight and had a meticulous expression. Even the most professional etiquette teacher would not be able to find fault with her. To him, this elven lady was now his secretary and personal maid. He knew that this was the Nightsong Tiger's order, but she was doing her job diligently. As a former otaku, Brando did not have a fetish for uniforms, but he felt that Falern's care was very considerate. He looked at the young lady and said softly, "Thank you." The wild elf sister looked at him with her dead fish eyes and lowered her head again. She did not refute, but it seemed that she was satisfied with his thanks. "How is it?" Brando asked again. "The Shire is still in his room," Falern replied. Even though she was a maid, she had the rare strength of a silver-ranked warrior. In fact, many dukes would not have the honor of having such a personal maid. Of course, it was a different story for a shadow guard. However, using a silver-ranked elementalist as a maid was something that shocked everyone who knew about it. It was a good thing that the Nightsong Tiger and the others had not shown their true strength yet, or else Cornelius and Rabin would have been shocked by their strength. The reason why the mercenaries of Lopez were able to increase their strength was because of the 10,000 Mammoth Forest card that he had added to their cards. The effect of the 10,000 Mammoth Forest card was slightly weaker than expected, and it only increased their strength to upper silver-ranked. However, this also meant that Brando had an army of silver-ranked warriors. A silver-ranked warrior in the kingdom's irregular army could obtain the position of a leader. Furthermore, the mercenaries of Lopez's military discipline was not bad. Brando even thought of making them the backbone of his army. However, the identity of a summoned creature was still a little troublesome. Brando did not think that any of his soldiers would be willing to charge together with a commander who could revive even if they died. This matter made him rub his forehead. There was no other reason other than the fact that he did not have enough talented people around him. Other than a summoned creature, it was almost impossible to find a person who could hold their own. Even though Amandina had a calm analytical ability and broad vision, he still felt that this noble's daughter still lacked experience. In fact, Brando was a little nitpicky. After all, he had 100 years of experience in fighting against nobles. Even though it was in the game, experience would not fade no matter where it was. In the eyes of someone like him, his vision was a little too high. In the eyes of many mercenary leaders, Amandina could be said to be the best tactician. She was meticulous, calm, and had her own opinions. She was farsighted, thoughtful, and could always see things that others could not see. Not to mention, she also had a vast knowledge, as if she knew everything. In this aspect, only the Shire could talk to her. When the others were called to a meeting by this young lady, they would sometimes feel like they were in a fog. However, they had to admit that her words were very reasonable. In fact, they had long been guessing who this young lady was. Even the confidants of the nobles who gave advice to them were probably nothing special. In this aspect, Rabin was more experienced, to the point that this former captain of the cavalry looked at Amandina with a strange gaze. In his view, this young lady was one of those rich nobles with a long history who were specially trained to serve their children. Of course, being born as a rude and uneducated soldier, Rabin could not help but think that this young lady might have to satisfy her lord's less than honorable needs when necessary. This guess was not only in Rabin's mind, but more or less, the mercenaries more or less had the same thought. After all, Amandina's actions sometimes exceeded the scope of an advisor. Brando gave her a lot of power, and this kind of trust was hard to imagine. There was only one explanation. Amandina was the young lord's woman. It was a pity that Brando was not aware of this small matter, and the young lady who was aware of it turned a blind eye to it. Thus, this kind of misunderstanding was tacitly maintained. Of course, back to the main topic. Brando's dissatisfaction with Amandina was sometimes revealed, and this kind of dissatisfaction that was close to being lectured did not mean that the young lady had fallen out of favor, but it was a sign that he valued her. However, this also made them speechless at the high standards of their lord, but Brando's reprimands were not unreasonable most of the time, and thus, the mercenaries naturally had a thought in their minds: what is high? This is high. Thus, Brando was naturally shrouded in a layer of halo, and almost everyone thought that he was the real noble who was sent out by the ancient nobles to gain experience. Only the female mercenary leader Yuta, who had the most dealings with nobles, doubted this statement. Cornelius and Rabin chose to believe in their intuition, but it was a pity that a man's intuition was often unreliable. In short, in their opinion, Brando would definitely bring them a bright future. On the other hand, other than Amandina, the only one who caught Brendel's attention was Rabin, the former captain of Karsuk's cavalry squad. He was probably the only one who was calm and had a certain level of military discipline. He was even more outstanding than Jana, who was serious in her work. From Brando's point of view, Yutta's flaw was that she was too meticulous. Even though women were naturally suspicious, there were times when a person who wanted to achieve great things did not care about trifles. People who were tangled up in details would not be able to see far into the future. This was also the reason why Rabin and Cornelius were able to see through the situation quickly and accepted into his group, while Amandina was unable to fit in. The incident at the mines seemed to have dispelled her doubts. She had already assured him that he could leave Schaflund and leave her there to monitor Perkins' every move. This meant that Amandina could leave her subordinates and ABs to him without any worries. She believed that he would not take the opportunity to do anything that she would regret. But in truth, it was already a little too late. Cornelius and Rabin had already found their positions, while Amandina had to start from the beginning. She had already lost by half a step from the beginning. Thus, Brando did not have high hopes for her. As for Cornelius, even though he was strong enough, he was too sly. Brando would never trust such a person before he had the strength to control him. As a former commander, he knew how to use a person wisely. Rabin, on the other hand, was bold and calm enough to see the situation clearly. However, his only flaw was that his vision was too narrow. Brando could not help but laugh at this thought. How far could he ask a cavalry captain to see? After all, they were not players in the past who could look at the problems of this world from a perspective that transcended beyond it. Thus, players were born to be on equal footing with nobles, but these people could not. Even though people could change, Brando did not have the time to do so. The problem he was facing now was different from the game where he could slowly level up. His enemies were much stronger than him from the start, and they would not give him the time to slowly grow his wings. He looked at Rabin and Cornelius, who were also standing by the side, and could not help but shake his head. Where was the talent he needed? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 337. Brando fell into a daze the moment he stepped out of the carriage. This was out of everyone's expectations, but he quickly shook his head to get rid of this temporary worry. Compared to the troubles he had to deal with now, this matter could barely be placed at the back of his mind. He suddenly felt that his journey was full of twists and turns, and there were too many difficulties. This was the reason why he rushed back to AB's castle. Yesterday, the Shire had sent him a telepathic message. Scarlett's condition had worsened, and she might not make it past today. Brando's mood, which had just improved recently, immediately turned gloomy. Other than the Shire, he was probably the only one who knew Scarlett's condition the best. But in order to deal with Schaflund as soon as possible, he could only force himself not to think of the worst. However, some things did not change based on subjective wishes. Even though Brando had made the most thorough preparations, Scarlett still made it to this day. In fact, on the second day after he took control of Schaflund Mine, he had ordered a group of mercenaries and militia to send Scarlett back to his territory so that the Shire could control the spread of the blood of God in her body. Although this squire of his didn't seem like a reliable person, he was still a gold-ranked wizard. He was much stronger than a gold-ranked swordsman and a half-baked elementalist when it came to these mystical fields. Unfortunately, Brando also understood that no matter how strong the Shire was, he could not reverse what had already happened. Scarlett's body had already died once. It was the blood of God's powerful energy that reversed life and death and pulled her soul back from the underworld. However, this was not without a price. The blood of God was neither a savior nor a red cross. This ownerless divine power would not be so kind as to help an ordinary person for no reason. The blood of God's goal was to preserve Scarlett's soul so that it could better integrate with the body and not cause any rejection. Once this goal was achieved, Scarlett's soul would become its enemy. The blood of God had no consciousness, and all of its actions were based on its instincts. Therefore, Scarlet would be defeated shortly after the blood of God regained control of her body. The Shire had tried their best to delay the process, but no external force could change the imbalance in Scarlet's body. Sooner or later, this day would come. Brando couldn't relax when he thought about this, and he lost most of his interest in chatting with Odom in the carriage. However, he knew that he had to finish his words. He was not only the lord that the red-haired girl had chosen to follow, but he was also the master of all the people on this land. At least for now. He could feel this responsibility at any time, so he turned around and looked at the tired old dwarf in the carriage. Odom was not used to carriages. He was allergic to silk curtains and could not stand the bumpy ride. If it weren't for Brando's words that piqued his interest, the old dwarf probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. From now on, you'll be the chief architect of the territory. Brando said, if you need anything, just tell Amandina. Brando looked back, but Amandina wasn't there. She should be accompanying Roman and Scarlet. She had a good relationship with Scarlet, and to be precise, she had a good relationship with everyone. As for Roman, he came back with the Nightsong Tiger 3 days ago to escort the silver. Of course, this was only in name, and Brando knew that Roman was just bored in Schaflund. Forget it, I'll introduce her to you in the future. Brando said, I don't have the manpower or money for the time being, but you can take over the work of repairing the walls. I'll have Cornelius and Grandmaster Bosley hand over the related matters to you. You can ask them if you have any questions. He paused for a moment. The old dwarf was a miner, so it was normal for him to not know much about construction. However, he was confident in his innate talent. There's a private library in Abes, and there should be some books on construction. This castle was built by the previous lords, and there were no lack of architects among them. Nobles like to record their experiences, so if there are any, they should be in there. The old dwarf blinked as if he had just woken up from his dream of building a castle. Only then did he remember that the young man was only the leader of a band of mercenaries in revolt. He had known this beforehand, but he did not care at first. He was a rune dwarf, not a bird human. As for the affairs of human lords and kings, he did not care. At worst, he could just pack up his things and return to the Golden Dwarves' territory. He was a dwarf after all, and a respected old man at that. Of course, that was his self-proclaimed title, but it wasn't strange for a dwarf to not be used to the human world. Moreover, if he was chased away by Erewhon's ruler, perhaps he would be regarded as a hero in the eyes of his people. Ever since the Second Holy War, the relationship between the Golden Dwarves and the humans was not good. But now, Brando's words pulled the short and fat Odom back to reality. He realized that even though he was the chief architect, he didn't have any manpower or money, and even worse, he didn't seem to have any ability. He suddenly remembered that he had agreed to something that would cost him his life. Building a city? With Martha's help, he might not even be able to build a pigsty. If the young man asked him if he had the confidence to build a castle that would go down in history, how would he answer? Ah. Yes, my lord, I, Odom, can build a castle that will go down in history, and I swear that no one will be able to break through the gates of this castle because it doesn't even have a gate. Odom could imagine that the young man in front of him would stab him to death if he answered like that. He immediately woke up and broke out in cold sweat. The ABs had even soaked his leather armor and made him shiver. However, Brando didn't notice Odom's abnormality and thought that the old dwarf was just too tired. In fact, he was also very tired. He had rushed back in the middle of the night and chatted with Odom for the entire night, but he hadn't slept yet. He didn't even get to rest for more than 4 hours a day in Schaflund. As a lord, there was always an endless amount of work to do. Brando thought that if he was in that world, he would never have thought that he would be so hardworking as an otaku one day. But that was the truth, and it still happened. This made Odom smile bitterly. He felt that he had returned to the starting point. He thought that if he was this hardworking in his previous world, he might have been able to achieve great things. Unfortunately, there weren't so many ifs in this world. He couldn't help but worry when he thought about Scarlet, and this worry mixed with exhaustion made his face pale. Falerne couldn't help but frown when she saw him like this. Odom was also stunned for a moment. He looked at the young man who was holding onto the door of the carriage and was still discussing business with him. There was no lack of trust in Odom's words, and no matter how thick-skinned he was, he could not help but feel his ears turn red. He lowered his head, not daring to face the young man's gaze. He hesitated whether he should reveal the truth or not, but in the end, he decided not to. He was afraid that Brando wouldn't be able to take it and would vomit blood and fall to the side of the carriage. Of course, he was more afraid that the young man's subordinates outside would rush up and tear him apart. No matter how brave, noble, and rare the rune dwarves were, they could be killed with a single stab. There was no need for a second stab. He thought for a moment and decided to just muddle through. Who knew if the rune dwarves were really talented in construction? Odom could only reply vaguely to Brando's words. But when the young man recalled his experience in the game, he finally grasped the crux of the matter when he talked about the drainage system and the disposal of garbage. His small eyes lit up. The Golden Dwarves were a race that was famous for building underground mines and tunnels. They were the best miners and tunnel workers, and although they did not produce much sewage when they lived in the tunnels, Odom knew that the Golden Dwarves had a unique way of dealing with household waste due to the fact that they did not bathe in their entire lives, and they ate food from the soil. In fact, a city with more than 100,000 people would produce a large amount of garbage and sewage every day. If the sewage and garbage weren't disposed of in time, it would breed diseases and plague would spread. This was one of the reasons why there weren't any large cities in areas where civilization couldn't reach. But Odom felt that he had found a direction. Drainage and disposal of garbage were similar sometimes, and he felt that he could use the Golden Dwarves' method to create a miraculous effect. As for the fortress and the city walls, and of course the city gates, he knew some of the Alpine Dwarves' construction techniques. The old dwarf realized that some things didn't seem so complicated when he focused on squeezing out his potential. After thinking it through, he finally nodded to the young lord. Brendel finally relaxed when he saw Odom nodding. He turned around to look at Cornelius and Rabban, who were not far away from him. The two commanders didn't have any expression on their faces. They knew that the young noble wasn't in a good mood, so they didn't want to provoke him. Brando retracted his gaze and said to Falerne, "All right, bring me there. Don't you need to rest?" The wild elf's tone didn't sound that concerned, but her words betrayed her thoughts. "My lord?" "No need." Brando took a deep breath. Falerne might not know, but he knew that Scarlet's life could be in danger at any time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left everything behind and rushed back in the middle of the night. After all, he had promised the red-haired girl in Shaflum that everything would be fine. That was why he had to come back and fulfill his promise. He was Brando, the man who would change the fate of this ancient kingdom. Since that was the case, he had to change the fate of everyone around him. P.S. OTL, I just realized that Kuriko had left. I haven't personally uploaded a chapter for a long time, and I even forgot to upload it. I've let you Gisu down, please forgive this sinner. P.S. OTL, I just realized that Kuriko had left. I haven't personally uploaded a chapter in a long time, and I even forgot to upload it. I've let you Gisu down, please forgive this sinner. Chapter 338. The long walkway led to a room on the southwest side of the castle, where Seal had placed Scarlet. The room's main color scheme was light green, and the branches of an ancient mangrove tree could be seen from the window. In the distance, there was a distant view of Trendheim. The dark forest and the shadows of the mountains hanging from the clouds on the horizon. When Falerne led Brando to the room, the young wizard had already received news that his master had returned and was waiting outside. "How is it?" Brando asked as soon as he saw the Shire. "Not too good," the Shire replied. "Miss Roman, Amandina, and Medisha are all inside." Brando nodded and entered the room without saying a word. Scarlet's room was not an intensive care unit, and he did not smell the strong smell of medicine as soon as he opened the door. There was even a sense of tranquility in the room. When he opened the door, he saw that the curtains in front of him were gently raised, revealing a corner of Abby's castle. Brando's entrance brought a slight breeze into the room. A gentle breeze lifted the curtains of the princess bed in the middle of the room. The original owner of this bed had long been unknown, but Scarlet was currently lying on it. Under the veil, the girl's face was pale and her eyes were gently closed. It was the first time Brando saw the girl with her ponytail untied. Her soft red hair covered part of her face, making her look extremely delicate. She was very quiet. It was not the usual stubbornness of silence, but a true silence. She did not make a sound, as if she was immersed in her own dreams. Unfortunately, Brando knew that it was a nightmare. Otherwise, the girl would not have frowned slightly with a pained expression. When Medisha and Amandina saw Brando enter, they both stood up at the same time. The elven princess nodded slightly, while Amandina looked at the young man without moving, a trace of worry in her eyes. Although she didn't know what happened under Schaflund, she knew that Scarlet's situation wasn't optimistic. She had asked Seal about the situation, but the young wizard only told her to wait for the Lord to come back and deal with it. This caused her heart to sink. She was a simple girl. She had always been calm in her heart so that she could be a competent advisor. However, just like how she blamed herself for the death of her wild elf sister back in the mountains of Chablis, she didn't want anyone in the group to meet with any mishap. Amandina knew that this idea was childish and even ridiculous. Since ancient times, there was no conflict between nobles without bloodshed, but she was unwilling to give up on this point. Calm but not cold-blooded, this was something that Brando had taught her. "My lord?" the young lady asked in a low voice. Brando nodded, but he immediately saw a small figure lying on the other side of the bed, sleeping soundly. The merchant girl did not seem to notice the changes in her surroundings, to the point that a string of sparkling drool flowed out from the corner of her mouth and dripped onto the blanket. Brendel looked at the girl's expression in her dream, her eyebrows raised non-stop, and he knew that she was probably breaking through the obstacles in her dream. Of course, that was only in her imagination, and it was of no help to the red-haired girl at this moment. But the young man knew that the Romans' thoughts were extremely simple, and there was not a trace of impurity in their actions. Of course, this was except for business. Thus, he raised his eyebrows and did not have the heart to reprimand her. Brando walked to Scarlet's bedside and turned around to ask, "What is she doing?" "Telling Scarlet a story," Medisha replied. "Telling a story?" The Roman girl said that when she was sick when she was young, her aunt would tell her a story. After listening to the story, her illness was cured. The silver elf girl added in a small voice. And then? Seeing Medisha and the noble girl smile, Brando knew that this guy was doing something useless again. If the Roman's aunt was a witch, then she should have used a kind of magic. Holy magic was one of the witch's many spells. But this was something that could not be learned by imitation, but the Roman obviously did not realize this. He did not wake the merchant girl up, but his gaze fell on Scarlet's body. It had only been a week, but the red-haired girl had completely changed. She had lost her usual vitality and health, and her face was pale as paper. Her whole body seemed to have lost a lot of weight, and her skin gradually became transparent, and the blood vessels underneath could be seen clearly. In sharp contrast to her crystal-like skin, a layer of eye-catching black patterns was growing on her neck. These patterns spread over her slender neck and extended to her face. Seeing her like this, Brando's heart sank. The blood of God had begun to spread, and even though the Shire tried his best to suppress it, this tenacious thing could not be stopped from spreading to the brain. If this continued, there would be no red-haired girl called Scarlet in this world by tomorrow morning. Medisha and Amandina saw that their omnipotent lord did not say a word, and they immediately understood Scarlet's situation. Even though the silver elf girl was not good at expressing her feelings, she could not help but softly ask, "My lord?" Brando only shook his head. The patterns on Scarlet's body should have originated from her heart. That was the place where the blood of God was injected, which was also the heart. In fact, this was the most troublesome way to inject the blood of God. The person who used the blood of God must have been very experienced. Faced with this method of injecting the blood of God, the Shire and Brando could only be at their wits' end. If they wanted to save Scarlet, they had to kill the blood of God. But the blood of God was the only thing keeping Scarlet alive. Even if they had a way to destroy the blood of God, they would still have to kill this red-haired girl. Moreover, they did not have a way to do so. Another method was also suitable for this kind of situation where the body was occupied, or was in the process of being occupied, and that was to erase the will that dominated the body. But what made Brando helpless was that the blood of God did not have a will, and was driven by instinct. Thus, this method also sealed his path. He saw the patterns on Scarlet's neck slowly growing upwards, like blood-sucking thorns that slowly sucked away the girl's life. Or perhaps it was a slow-acting poison that would take her life once the time was up. But Brando stood by the bed, and for a moment there was nothing he could do. There was a way to quench his thirst with poison. He frowned. But at this moment, a voice sounded in his mind, "Little one?" "Yes?" Brando tilted his head slightly. The female voice in his mind was low and mature, and he recognized that it was Orthlis's voice. In fact, the female knight who came from the era of the War of the Holy Saints did not take the initiative to contact him often. She would only answer Brando when he had doubts about swordsmanship. "Lady Kaya?" he asked. If Brando had heard Orthlis's voice earlier, he would have suddenly had a great hope that this woman came from the era of the War of the Holy Saints. In her era, the power of darkness and chaos was far stronger than in this era. Orthlis was no stranger to terms like the blood of God and tree herders. She even knew more about them than Brando. But Brando was a careful person and had already considered this point. In fact, on the way here, he had contacted Orthlis in his mind, hoping to get help from her. Unfortunately, the problem he faced was also a problem for Orthlis. Scarlet's life was already damaged, and it was the blood of God that repaired her body. In this situation, Orthlis told Brando that there were only two ways to solve the problem once and for all. The first was the miracle spell of the Holy Word. This spell could almost reverse the law, and it could even restore Medisha to the state before she was possessed by the blood of God. But then again, ever since the start of the War of the Holy Saints, apart from Saint Farnazane, there had never been a second person who could use this spell. The second method was even more ridiculous. The method Orthlis told him was to find the Covenant of Martha. The Covenant of Martha, as the name suggested, was a promise between mortals and Martha. Since the other party of the promise was the mother of all, Martha, then the number of wishes that could be fulfilled was almost limitless. This could be said to be an enhanced version of the miracle spell. If the miracle spell could save Scarlet, then it was self-evident. Unfortunately, the flaw of this method was that the possibility of it being realized was infinitely small. Although Orthlis told Brando that the Covenant of Martha did exist, Brando had never heard of it appearing in history or in the game. In the game, there were tens of millions of players exploring this world, and there were countless powerful beings. If even they could not find any clues about the Covenant of Martha, then how could he? However, even Orthlis could not come up with a better idea after rejecting both of them. But this time, the heroic spirit's voice gave Brando some hope. He knew that the ancient knight would not take the initiative to contact him unless it was an emergency. "I've taken a look," Orthlis said. "This girl should not be able to live for more than 12 hours. Her illness is beyond cure." She replied. 12 hours, just as Brando expected. But when he heard Orthlis' confirmation, his heart sank again. "Have you thought of a way?" the heroic spirit of the night asked. "There's no way to cure the root cause." Brando shook his head. "You mean you can cure her?" Orthlis was stunned when she heard his answer. Even if it was her, it would take a lot of effort to save this girl's life. And that was when she was in her best condition, and not in her current state. She could not do anything in her current state. When she saved Brando and Butchie, she had already done her best. The prime material plane was very harsh for a pure spiritual being like her. After all, it was not as free as in the sanctum, which was between fantasy and reality. Brando nodded. "There's a stupid way," he replied. "A stupid way?" To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 339. Stupid idea? When Seal closed the door and came in from outside, he happened to hear his feudal lord say such words out of the blue. Amandina and Medisha heard it as well. Even though they did not know why Brando was talking to himself, they understood what he meant. My lord, are you saying that you have a way to save Scarlet? Amandina was the first to ask. Medisha was a step slower than her. The silver elf girl turned to look at Scarlet, who was lying on the bed. She thought for a moment and decided not to say anything. Brando shook his head. I don't have a good idea. He stopped talking to Orthless in his mind and said to the others. Charles was obviously stunned for a moment. My lord, what do you mean? This young man, who usually didn't seem very reliable, was now a lot more serious. The blood of God's tenacity is beyond your imagination. The Shire, you should know that it is not an ordinary thing. There are many ways to deal with it. Brendel looked at the red-haired girl who was lying quietly on the bed and paused for a moment. Not to mention that Scarlet had already died once. Reversing the cycle of life and death is a great taboo in this world. If not for the blood of God's shocking power, he didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant even if he didn't say it out loud. So there's no other way? The Shire looked at Scarlet and asked. Seal her into a card. Amandina and Medisha were not surprised when they heard Brando's words. One of them had seen Brando's sealing card with her own eyes, and the other had experienced it herself. Brando continued, but the sealing card is not omnipotent. It can only keep the target in this state and turn them into a summoned creature. He paused for a moment. Let's not talk about the fact that this is unfair to those who have been sealed. The young man looked at Medisa, but the elven girl did not mind and immediately shook her head. My lord, this is Medisa's own choice. Then what about her? The Shire asked. My lord, you should ask her face to face, Medisha replied. I don't think she will refuse. My lord, you don't understand her heart. Brando fell silent. It was not that he did not see Scarlet's dependence on him, but he did not know why such a strong girl would be so weak. But the feeling of being trusted by someone makes me feel responsible. I promised her at the bottom of the Shaflund mine that I will not give up on her, and I cannot go back on my words. Moreover, it was not that he had no other way. He thought for a moment and shook his head, but I will not choose such a risky method until the last moment. Why? Amandina asked in confusion. Sealing a card of fate is not without risk, because it stores the sealed person's state on the card and turns them into a summoned creature. The Shire answered in place of Brando, so even if she is sealed as a card, there is a high chance that her consciousness will be replaced by the blood of gods. In the end, all our efforts will be in vain. Brendel had discussed this matter with him a long time ago, so he was the one who was most aware of it. But it's better than having no chance at all, isn't it? Amandina frowned. My lord, we can't just do nothing, right? Don't be impatient, Amandina. Brando looked at her and lectured. No one here said that we can't do anything, it's just that it's not the last moment. The last moment? Amandina calmed down. My lord, you mean there's still a chance? I said before, there's a stupid method. Stupid method? The transformation process of the blood of gods will always take over the body before devouring the soul. Brando looked at the red-haired girl on the bed and answered, so in the last moment, the possessed person will lose their strength. This is because the blood of gods has completely taken over the power of the body and the power of the blood of gods. The Shire and Medisha listened carefully and did not express any objections. One of them was a magus, while the other was a silver elf princess who was born in a time of war. They were already familiar with the mysterious knowledge passed down among the Magi. Amandina, on the other hand, was puzzled. Even though she was knowledgeable, it was limited to history, geography, nature, and some magical knowledge. She listened for a while and could not help but interrupt. What do you mean? Simply put, Scarlet's body has a part of the power. She was originally a warrior who was close to becoming a silver-ranked warrior. The blood of gods also contains a great amount of power, so after the blood of gods was implanted into her body, she was able to possess the strength of a gold-ranked warrior. But this is only the power that the blood of gods gave up in order to fuse with this body. It transferred a part of its power into this body, and this part of its power depends on the strength of the body itself. Then the blood of gods will go into hibernation, allowing the body to gradually adapt to the new power. Brando explained, in fact, this is the power that carries the aura of the blood of gods. Because all of this is done under the guidance of the original soul of the body, which is also done under Scarlet's guidance, her body will not reject this power. Brando continued, but Amandina was slightly puzzled and interrupted. What if Scarlet chose to reject this power in the first place? Impossible, she was already dead at that time. The Shire continued, moreover, under such a great power, most people would not have the chance to resist, and even if they succeeded, it would only be a matter of mutual destruction. Seeing Brando nod in agreement, Amandina suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Although she had always heard of terrifying rumors about the tree herders and the unifying guild, but in her heart, these stories were just legends. In her eyes, these organizations were perhaps no different from the bandits and robbers outside the city. But until today, the Shire and Brando's descriptions gave her a more intuitive understanding of these two organizations for the first time. This is too much. Amandina frowned and was a little puzzled. Why would they do such a thing? Brando shrugged. There is no purpose, as far as I know, they are just going against all civilizations. He waved his hand. All right, back to the topic at hand. When Scarlet's body gradually accepts this power, the divine blood will awaken, and at this time, it will take back the power that originally belonged to Scarlet and then Scarlet's. Finally, there is the power of life itself. Brando's voice lowered, but when the life is exhausted, the whole process is complete. Scarlet is now in this final stage. Amandina bit her lips. Then my lord, what is the stupid method you speak of? It is actually very simple, Brando replied. Since the whole process will only end when the power of life is exhausted, then the stupid method is to constantly replenish the potential of life that has been consumed. Amandina was slightly startled, and then her eyes lit up as if she saw hope. Then, my lord, how do we replenish it? The divine blood transforms power very quickly, and if this power is converted into actual consumption, I'm afraid that Scarlet would need to eat the entire output of Tonagel for a year to replenish this amount. The Shire did a little calculation, and then said a joke that was not so funny. How is that possible? Amandina was stunned. It is indeed impossible, but the other method is to use holy water, Brando replied, if we have enough holy water. We have some reserves of holy water, Amandina frowned. The holy water that she found from Grodden's personal stash was originally meant to be used in the next battle, but for the sake of her companions, she could only reluctantly give it up. How much do you need? We need at least 1,300 bottles of number 7 holy water. That much. Amandina was stunned. But the Shire's next words made her completely lose her strength, every day. Then, Amandina finally understood the problem. After saying so much, doesn't it mean that there is no other way? This time, not only the Shire, even Medisha nodded. In fact, she knew from the start that this method would not work, but she did not know why Brando would bring it up at this time. This young lord didn't seem like someone who liked to talk nonsense. But just as the silver elf was puzzled, a weak cough came from the bed and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads and saw the red-haired girl lying on the bed slowly opening her eyes. Scarlet felt as if she had just woken up from a nightmare. Her body was drenched in sweat, and it took her a while to regain her senses. She then weakly turned her head and looked at Brando in a daze. Who is this? This young man's face is unfamiliar yet familiar. It's my lord. Scarlet blinked her eyes and finally remembered. This was the young man who told her softly that he would never leave her alone. She would never forget that answer, just like how she would never forget Makarov's answer. The same choice, but one was a lord who she had only known for a few months, and the other was a man who she had a relationship with for more than 10 years. He was both her father and teacher. Scarlett suddenly felt a little dazed. She laid on the bed without any strength in her body. It was as if there was a demon's shadow in her head that could drag her down into the dark abyss at any time. She was aware of her own condition, as if there had never been a moment clearer than this. She knew that she would soon return to Martha's embrace. It was as quiet as when she first came to this world. But Scarlett was not worried at all. She felt that it was about time, and she was tired. But she still held on subconsciously, holding on to the last bit of consciousness. She did not even know what she was holding on to. But when she saw Brando, she suddenly understood. The red-haired girl blinked her eyes weakly, and a drop of crystal-clear tear rolled out of her eye the moment she laid eyes on him. My lord. Scarlett struggled to shout, and her voice was almost inaudible. P.S. Try to start uploading the main character's attributes as soon as possible. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support legal reading. Chapter 340. Scarlett turned her head to the side and stared blankly at Brando's tears. The room was silent. Medisha did not speak, Falerne did not say a word, and the Shire only looked at Brando. Amandina looked left and right, and finally looked at her lord with suspicion. She did not experience the dark underworld of Shafland, nor did she have Medisha's keen insight. She naturally did not understand what Brando meant to Scarlett at this moment. But even a fool could see that she was attached to Brando, and she could not help but think the wrong way. Brando walked closer and stood beside Scarlett's bed. The girl finally stopped her weakness. She calmed down and forced a weak smile at Brendel with tears still hanging from her eyes. It was a sweet smile, but it was as fragile as if it was drawn on a pale, thin piece of paper that could shatter at any moment. You're back. My lord. Scarlett opened her mouth. She had not eaten anything for several days and relied on drinking water to stay alive. She was so weak that she could barely make a sound. She only mouthed the words. I'm back. Brando looked at Scarlett's condition and felt a little uncomfortable. What about Shafland's work? Scarlett looked at him silently. Brando smiled and did not answer. Did you come back to see me, my lord? The doubt in her eyes expressed her question. Brando saw a glimmer of hope in her amber eyes. He nodded. Scarlett blinked her eyes hard. But she sniffed and lay back down. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and she frowned slightly as if she was in pain just lying there. No one dared to disturb her, and the room was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Can I live? The red-haired girl turned her head to the other side and stared blankly at the lush branches of the mangrove tree outside the window as she asked softly. Brando hesitated for a moment and nodded. The truth? When have I ever lied to anyone? Brando replied. Scarlett was stunned for a moment. But I think Sir is lying to me. The red-haired girl spoke in a soft, feminine voice. Her coquettish tone made everyone's heart soften. No one would have thought that this stubborn girl would be so weak. It was as if the pain of the past few days had completely disintegrated the strength that she had been supporting for so long. Brando did not answer. In fact, no one had the ability to answer this question. The room was silent. Actually. Scarlett looked at the dark green leaves on the branches of the mangrove. The sunlight seemed to print its veins clearly. I heard your conversation. She took a deep breath and said, it's impractical. Forget it. Even I don't think it's necessary. The girl smiled. If Makarov was here, he would have realized that he had never paid attention to his adopted daughter's smile. It was as sweet as an angel's. Chien. Amandina interrupted her and took a step forward angrily. What are you talking about? The usually quiet girl did not continue. Scarlett's words made her uncomfortable. But Brando waved his hand at her. He looked at Scarlet and made a decision in his heart. The young lord raised his head slightly and asked softly, "Do you have any other wishes, Scarlet?" Everyone was stunned. Even Scarlet was slightly stunned. Even though she said such stubborn words, she did not want to leave in her heart. Otherwise, she would not have gritted her teeth and persevered. Even though every day was like hell, she still waited for the young lord to return. Because he told her that he would bring her with him. No matter what, he would not leave her behind. It was these words that touched her heart. She looked at Brando in a daze. She felt so bad that she wanted to cry. Everyone lied to her like this. They lied to her like this. They told her that she could do it, but in the end, the answer she received was that she could not do it. It was the same in the past, and it was the same in the present. Scarlet wondered if she was being too greedy, always asking for things that others couldn't do. She had clearly given her sincere feelings, but in return, she felt as if her heart had been stabbed with a knife. The red-haired girl looked at him, tears welling up in her eyes. Finally, she sniffed hard and whispered with great difficulty, "My lord." Scarlet paused. She took a breath to adjust her emotions. She tried to speak 3 times, but the last time, she choked out, "In my hometown, there is a tradition. It is said that when a person dies, their closest relatives will kiss their forehead to leave their thoughts there. Even if they go to another world, they will not forget them." She looked at Brendel helplessly. She could not bring herself to hate him, this hateful liar, and thought to herself. "My lord," she said. "So, can you be Scarlet's closest, one time? Even if once is good enough." Scarlet gasped for air. She used all her strength to lie back down. She muttered to herself in a daze, "Leader, Eek, Yura, and everyone, don't want Scarlet anymore." Amandina heard this and turned her head away. She sniffed hard as if she did not want to see what would happen next. But Metisha and the Shire's eyes fell on Brando. Brando was silent for a moment. Then, he nodded. After Scarlet lost her last bit of support, she completely collapsed. She did not see Brando nod. But in her daze, she still wanted to laugh, but she did not even have the strength to laugh. What a failure. She could not help but think that her life was a failure. She wanted to protect others, but she was unable to do so. She wanted to rely on others, but in the end, she was abandoned. She was so sad that she wanted to cry. But she could not cry. "Close your eyes, Scarlet," Brando said softly. The girl was stunned for a moment, then she became quiet. She thought that at least Lady Martha saw her small existence in the end. She obediently closed her eyes. But this was her last wish. She did not want to leave behind any regrets. She closed her eyes and seemed to hear the sound of the wind blowing in the mountains of Chablis. She grew up listening to this sound. This was the homeland of the mountain people, the place where all her dreams began and ended. Scarlet suddenly felt a sense of peace in her heart. She thought that she had finally returned to this place. In this quiet forest, she had grown up with everyone. Every single one of them was so clear. Eek, leader, and the carefree time had returned to her side. But she still raised her head slightly and stubbornly waited for the kiss that contained another piece of memory. It was a signal to bid farewell. But she waited for a long time. It was as if the world did not move, and time had stopped. But it did not come. Scarlet wanted to open her eyes, but she did not know if she had the strength to do so. But at this moment, she heard a gentle voice, "Don't move." The red-haired girl closed her eyes and trembled slightly. Her face and ears turned red. "Is it coming?" she thought. But at this moment, she felt something cold touch her lips. Scarlet let out a low cry from the depths of her heart. If she could, she would definitely feel her ears, no, the roots of her ears, burning. How could he kiss there are so many people in the house. The red-haired girl felt that she was going to die, but not from the blood of God. She was going to die from embarrassment. Scarlet froze for a moment. She did not know what to do. Her brain seemed to have turned to stone. Her heart was thumping in her chest. That sound had never been so strong and clear. But wait. Scarlett's bashful movements stopped. She tried to take a breath. Strong and clear. It had been a long time since she could think so clearly. All the pain had stopped, and she felt as if her vitality had returned to her body. The feeling of powerlessness that made it difficult for her to even breathe had disappeared without a trace. She could clearly feel a warm current entering her body from her mouth. It slid down her small tongue into her throat, and then spread to her limbs and bones. This power seemed to be able to heal her pain and pull her out of the abyss of suffering. Scarlett was stunned. She subconsciously reached out to touch her face, although she had not opened her eyes. But this inner surprise only lasted for a moment, and then it was replaced by another kind of embarrassment. No matter what, that guy can't kiss me. How could he do that? Scarlett's face turned red again, like a lovely red apple, and in front of so many people. And he even put some strange things in her mouth. The red-haired girl felt that she could not think about it anymore. She lowered her head slightly, feeling as if her body was burning. She wanted to find a hole to hide in immediately. She closed her eyes tightly. She would rather die than open them. Otherwise, she would be laughed at to death. But at this moment, she heard a burst of laughter. This laughter was like the last straw that broke the bowstring, causing Scarlett to open her eyes. The first thing she saw was Amandina and Falern's faces, but they had to hold back their laughter. Everyone except for the Shire and Medisha. The young wizard and the silver elf princess were looking at the thing in Brando's hand with incomparable shock. It was a golden apple. Brando expressionlessly placed the apple on Scarlett's lips. To be honest, his mood was different from the others. He was not happy at all because the powerful vitality in the golden apple could only prolong Scarlett's life, but it could not change the final outcome. On the other hand, it could strengthen the divine blood in her body. Brando could only comfort himself. The legend said that the golden apple could change a person's fate, and he could only hope that it could change Scarlett's fate. This was a last resort, and the little female dragon had clearly told him that there was something strange in the apple. He thought that even though it was not poison, it could not be anything good. But at this moment, Scarlett's face was burning. Even Brando looked at the girl with a strange expression. He thought that a person's face could be so red. Could this be the little female dragon's prank? But he did not think that Scarlett's only thought at this moment was to find a piece of cheese and kill herself. She did not think that she had made a mistake, and this was not the most embarrassing thing. The most embarrassing thing was that her reaction was clearly seen by Amandina and Falern. I'm going to die. Scarlett thought, and she had long forgotten about the divine blood in her body. Speaking of which, there hasn't been much support recently. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 341. Scarlett was saved. It was like a miracle. The lively atmosphere in the room only calmed down after a long time. Before this, no one thought that Brando would have a way to save Scarlett from such a dangerous situation. However, the facts proved that this young and mysterious lord was omnipotent. Amandina was certain of this conclusion after thinking about it countless times. She retracted her gaze from the young man in a daze and felt like she was relieved. But when she saw Scarlett holding the golden apple in her hands and smiling weakly at her after noticing her gaze, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This silly girl. Amandina shook her head. She knew that Scarlett was going to sell herself to help Brando count the money. When the Shire told everyone that the golden apple was the legendary golden apple, she wasn't the only one who was shocked. Scarlett was even more stunned, as if she was struck by lightning. The golden apple almost fell from her hands and rolled to the ground. If it wasn't for Medisha's quick reaction, it would probably be the first golden apple in history to be broken. But when she saw Scarlet hugging the golden apple in a daze as if she was hugging the most precious treasure in the world, Amandina knew that this girl was completely hopeless. Amandina sighed. Just like Medisha, the intelligent Amandina could see that Scarlet was unusually reliant on others. This girl who looked strong seemed to always live for others' opinions. But she understood that Scarlet's sorrow was that in this world, she could only rely on herself. Under most circumstances, the eyes of others would rarely linger on others. Not to mention nobles like Makarov. Their footsteps would never stop for even a moment unless it was for their own benefits. Scarlet's efforts were destined to be unrequited. If she could see this clearly like the other members of the Grey Wolves mercenaries, perhaps she would feel better. But she was still Scarlet, a weak and strong girl. Amandina glanced at Brendel again and thought to herself that she was lucky to have such an oddball like him as her follower. Magnanimous, benevolent, and full of humanity, Brando's actions seemed to be out of tune with the world of nobles. But to say that this young man was not a noble, Amandina herself could not convince herself. Other than nobles, she had never seen a person as knowledgeable and magnanimous as Brando. Everything seemed to indicate that this young man was not only a noble, but also had an extraordinary family background. This was proven by the old swordsman, Coden, who was captured from the mines. After Brando left Castle Abes, Amandina was the first person in charge of Castle Abes. She was well aware of his identity, or rather, she knew every single one of Count Randner's most outstanding knight subordinates. For the sake of Brando's plan, she had been doing her homework. Coden was born in a knight's family and had participated in the November War. He had been by Count Randner's side for a long time. All of these nobles knew about him. But when he spoke, he unintentionally revealed his attitude towards Brando, which aroused her suspicions. Without a doubt, the old swordsman knew Brando. He knew Brando's elders, and from their conversation, Amandina could tell that Brando's elders were not simple people. Of course, this information might be scattered and not valuable in the eyes of a normal person. But when it fell into the ears of this intelligent girl, it was enough to confirm the information she knew about Brando, and formed a complete picture. Brando's identity seemed to be becoming clearer. This young man came from a noble family that had a long history, but was not well known. He was such a rare descendant of a noble. Amandina could not help but wonder if she was blessed by the heavens. Was that why she was able to meet the current lord in Bragg's dark room? She was taken in by him, followed him, and became his aide. At least until now, she had never regretted it. She only felt that she was extremely lucky. But when she looked at the golden apple in Scarlet's hand, she still felt a little envious. After all, it was the golden apple. Legend had it that it could change the fate of a person, or even a country. It only existed in myths. Before this, she did not even believe that this legend was real. She could not help but think that if this young man had such a golden apple, he could use it to bribe the most powerful forces, right? It was a priceless treasure. With it, Brendel would be able to gain the favor of anyone with authority. Whether it was a count, a marquis, or even a duke, it was not a problem at all. Even the supreme emperor of the Cruz Empire, or even the grand priest of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, if this young man wanted, he could use this golden apple to exchange for almost anything he wanted. But Amandina did not understand. Brando did not. He only used this golden apple to save a girl he had only known for a few months. Perhaps Scarlet had the strength of a gold-ranked fighter, but Amandina understood that the value of a golden apple was not as simple as a gold-ranked fighter. Of course, if the other side of the equation was multiplied by 100 times, it was possible. Of course, the answer to this question was simpler for Brando. He simply understood that a man's wealth was his own ruin. Perhaps this noble girl thought that he had a huge family behind him that could shelter him from the wind and rain, but Brando knew what kind of situation he was in. Moreover, he did not intend to have any dealings with Erewhon's rotten nobles. He was here to change the fate of this ancient country, not to be in cahoots with them. Brando knew that he could live comfortably in this world with his foresight, but that was not his goal. Especially after seeing Makarov and Grodin's performance, his confidence grew day by day. As for the golden apple, Brando did not care. If it could be cured, he did not mind using 10 or 100 golden apples to save Scarlet's life. Of course, that was if he had it. But Amandina did not see it that way. Scarlet also did not see it that way. The person in question was holding the golden apple in a daze. She knew the value of the golden apple. When Brando was negotiating with Makarov and the others, she saw Fleetwood, Makarov, and Buga's desire for the golden apple. She could not help but wonder who was more important to Makarov, her or the golden apple. She did not need to think about the answer to this question. Even if there were 100 of her, Makarov would not hesitate to choose the golden apple. But why did that young man make a completely different choice? Scarlet did not understand, and she looked at Brando in confusion. She saw that he was talking to Medisha and the Shire, and did not have any intention of turning around. "My lord," Medisha was the first to voice her doubts, "I think I understand what you mean. Using the golden apple's power to restore Scarlet's life force. But," she frowned, "this is like drinking poison to quench one's thirst." She used a phrase unique to the Silver Elves to express the meaning of drinking poison to quench one's thirst, but at least Brando understood. "My lord, there is no other way." The Shire explained, "It's better to delay it for as long as possible. It's better than facing it immediately. Who knows, we might be able to find some other way in the meantime." The young Magus chuckled as he looked at Scarlet, who was sitting on the bed. He couldn't help but tease her, but using the golden apple to do such a thing will probably make those who desire the golden apple half die from anger. This is... The young wizard thought for a while before he found the right word. "It's a little overkill." Scarlet heard the Shire's words and lowered her head subconsciously. When she regained her senses, she felt that it was a little wasteful. She had the golden apple in her hands, and it was used on her. It was unbelievable. Scarlet felt that she had never thought of such a thing even in her wildest dreams. But when the Shire saw the girl's reaction, he realized that he had misspoken. He quickly said, "Miss Scarlet, don't think too much. I didn't mean to say that it's a waste. It's just that the golden apple is priceless, I think." The young wizard thought for a while and laughed. "I suddenly remembered what my lord said last time. It's a very apt description of the current situation." Everyone turned to look at him. Seal quickly shrugged. "All right, I'm saying that if this golden apple is a reward, Miss Scarlet, you'll probably have to marry me in order to pay off this debt." The young wizard squire giggled. "Marry me?" Scarlet was stunned. "That's what it means." "You know what I mean," the Shire said as he took a step back, trying to dodge Brando's sword. But as a wizard, it was obviously impossible for him to dodge the attack of a swordsman of the same level at such a close distance. As soon as he finished his sentence, he screamed and fell to the ground, clutching his stomach. Brando was angry at him for blurting out such a big mouth, so he didn't hold back. He wanted the guy to lie on the ground for a few minutes before he could get up. The silver elf Medisha looked at the Shire who was rolling on the ground and showed a rare "you deserve it" look. Scarlet finally understood the Shire's words. She held the golden apple and lowered her head, her face red all the way to her neck. Brando looked at her and said, "Don't pay attention to what this guy said. But if you really want to repay my investment in the golden apple, you have to live well. Remember what I said. You are my most important fighter." He took a deep breath. "I think Tonajol will soon face a great battle." Scarlet was stunned and lowered her head, not daring to raise it. She just nodded. Brando wanted to say something, but he felt Medisha tugging at his sleeve. He turned around and saw the silver elf princess frowning and asking, "What's the matter?" "My lord, if the golden apple can only solve the problem temporarily, then have you thought of a better way?" The young man was stunned and was about to shake his head when he heard Orthlus's voice in his mind. "I have an idea, little one. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 342. Orthlus's method was simple. Since the blood of gods was invading and devouring the original soul, it was a battle on the spiritual level. One of the methods was to destroy the blood of gods, but since that was not possible, there was another way to think about it. The knight's suggestion was to find a way to strengthen Scarlet's soul. When it came to strengthening a person's soul, there was no one better than wizards and elementalists in this aspect. Orthlus told Brando that she had thought of this method because she remembered another special use of the golden apple. The golden apple was also known as the language of the fairies, and was the most precious gift to wizards and elementalists. However, it was not easy to use this method to strengthen one's soul. After all, for a native like Scarlet, leveling up was not something that could be done as long as Brendel gained experience. It was a long and arduous process. But for Scarlet, even with the help of the golden apple, she could only delay it for 1 or 2 years. Orthlus's suggestion was to let Scarlet and the blood of God fight for the power of the golden apple, but this was also very difficult. First of all, the speed of absorption was different. Unless Scarlet reached the level of an elemental awakener or an elementalist within 2 years, this suggestion was not very realistic. But to reach the level of an elementalist within 2 years, Brando thought about it and shook his head. But no matter what, it was better to have a way than to have no way. Although it was difficult to promote a person to the level of an elementalist, it was not impossible. At least, Brando knew that there were some harsh methods to achieve it. But now, he could only try his best. Of course, he did not tell anyone about this and buried it in his heart. In the end, Brando gently closed the door. Medisha, Falerne, and the Shire followed him out of the house. Although Scarlet had temporarily recovered, her body was still very weak. It was not suitable for her to be disturbed too much. Brendel only arranged for Amandina to accompany her. Of course, he did not wake up the Roman who was sleeping soundly. It was not that he did not want to, but it was Amandina's idea. Then let her sleep a little longer, Brando thought. In fact, he also felt a little sorry for the little Roman. Back in Schaflund, this self-proclaimed merchant girl's workload was even heavier than his, and after returning here, she accompanied Scarlet for a day and a night. Brando rubbed his throbbing temples. Even though it was temporary, the golden apple had finally solved one of his worries. He just didn't know what kind of seasoning the little female dragon had added to the apple, so he couldn't tell for the time being. "My lord." The Shire called from behind. The young squire still had one hand on his abdomen and was bending over with a grimace, but his face was now a little more serious. Brando glanced at him, then turned around and walked forward. "Speak," he replied. "The number of people coming from Palace has clearly increased." "Where? ABs?" Brando asked. "No, this is the information from the Red Copper Dragon and the others." "Menta?" The Shire nodded. "Oh." Brando was a little surprised. This was the first time he had received news from the Red Copper Dragon and the others after so many days. Although the young man had arranged for the Amber Sword to take advantage of the situation and attack Menta's old lair, even he himself wasn't sure if the Red Copper Dragon and the others would actually listen to him. Once a person had power, they would become arrogant. Perhaps Redo wouldn't, but it was hard to say for the people around him. He slowly revealed an interested expression and asked the Shire to report the information from the other side. From the young magus, the young man learned the whole story. After Menta sent out his troops, the person in charge of the castle was his eldest son. In order to prevent his son from killing his other brothers while he was away, Menta didn't leave many troops in the castle. However, this created a perfect opportunity for Reto and the others. They took advantage of the night to launch a sneak attack. As for the enemies, they didn't expect them to be so daring and ended up as captives. After taking control of the castle, the Red Copper Dragon did the same thing as Brando. He used Menta's eldest son as a puppet and had him gather all of Menta's retainers, manor owners, nobles, and even the monks of the Menta area. Then, he took them down in one fell swoop during the so-called banquet. After that, Leto immediately ordered his men to spread out in the Maxon area, leading the refugees from Fortress Reden to eliminate a few bandit groups and forcefully take control of the area. Of course, the whole process wasn't as smooth as it was described. However, Reto, Mano, Badam, Uriel, and the former captain of the White Main Army, Terran, played a decisive role. If it wasn't for them, the refugees from Fortress Reden would have been nothing more than a bunch of refugees. Much to Brando's surprise, when the Amber Sword first sent out their troops, there were some differences. However, Uriel, Badam, and Terran were firmly on his side. Terran was a silent and obedient soldier. Brando didn't find it strange that he made this decision. As for Badam following him in brags, it was also understandable. However, why would this captain from Fortress Reden side with him? Why would he side with him like this? Of course, as mentioned before, Brando had a good habit. If he couldn't figure it out, he would temporarily stop thinking about it to avoid a headache. All in all, this was excellent news for him. Uncle Reto, you did well. Brando wasn't stingy with his praise. In his heart, he approved of the other party's actions. He originally hoped that the Amber Sword mercenary group would be able to take over Lord Maxon's Mintz castle, but he didn't expect Copper Dragon to give him such a surprise. From the information he received, Reto and the others had already taken over half of Maxon's territory. Although this meant that Lord Maxon's governance wasn't good enough, the results were still beyond his expectations. This was very important. Maxon, Schaflund, and Baron Abi's territory were the gateway to the Paulus region. If they could control Maxon, it would be equivalent to controlling the future battlefield. You mean, Brando asked again, someone from the mercenary group is coming? The Shire nodded. Who is it? The young squire once again showed a playful expression and smiled. Why don't you take a guess, my lord? Guess? Brando tilted his head 45 degrees and glanced at his squire from the corner of his eyes. The Shire saw that Brando's right index finger, middle finger, and thumb were already on Halran Gaia's hilt and cried out in fear, No, my lord, I mean, it's better if I tell you. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. Brando brought the three of them down the spiral staircase to the hall on the first floor and saw the person waiting there. The former captain of Fortress Reden's cavalry. The young man was slightly startled. He originally thought that it would be Badam, because that boorish mercenary group leader had been with him for the longest time and understood him the most. In fact, Gasol was also startled when he saw Brando. He hadn't seen Brando for almost half a year, and now this young man brought the Shire, Medisha, and the wild elf girl out from the shadows of the hall. His temperament and appearance were completely different from the young man he saw in Fortress Reden. At first glance, Gasol didn't dare to go up and greet him. After half a year of adventuring, trekking in the wilderness, and tempering in blood and fire, Brando no longer had the shyness and childishness of a young man. This young lord slightly pursed his lips, which symbolized the resoluteness and determination in his heart. His eyes were sharp, as if they could pierce through a person's heart with a single glance. The young man was wearing a black robe, the fabric was slightly gray, but it didn't reduce his temperament at all. The aura was as sharp as an unsheathed sword. Brando held the hilt of his sword with one hand and sized up Gasol. That casual glance made Gasol's hair stand on end. He had only seen such an aura from Tiger Luke Besson. Cold, resolute, this was an aura that came from the battlefield. My lord? The former captain of the security cavalry hesitated for a moment, then left his seat and stood up subconsciously. At that moment, he was secretly surprised. Not only did Brando's aura change, but there was also an even more minute detail that made his heart skip a beat. Gasol was very clear about Brando's original strength. The strongest he could be was no higher than a silver, or even a silver. Of course, even though the strength of an iron rank was commendable for such a young man, it was still acceptable. But now, the young man standing in front of Gasol gave him an even bigger shock. He could no longer sense his opponent's strength. Or to put it more accurately, it was bottomless. Gasol was originally only an iron rank, but after half a year of adventuring, whether it was his swordsmanship or absolute strength, he had made great progress. His strength was now firmly at the peak of iron rank, and he could vaguely feel the boundary of silver. His improvement could be said to be the fastest among everyone, second only to Terran. Originally, he wasn't a match for Redo, but now he could fight him to a draw. But even so, he found that he could no longer see through Brando's strength. The young man's hand was placed on the hilt of his sword, and his aura naturally formed a hole. This was the sign of great swordsmanship, master rank. The former captain of the security cavalry couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that his improvement was fast enough, but he didn't think that Brando's improvement was even faster than his, and even exceeded his imagination. In just half a year, the young man had surpassed him by 2 ranks or even more. Even a genius wouldn't be able to do this. Gasol was dumbfounded. Above 2 ranks, wasn't that the strength of an intermediate silver rank? He couldn't imagine this speed. Brando nodded at him. "I didn't think it would be you who came," the young man said frankly. "You've worked hard." "My lord," Gasol sincerely lowered his head this time. Brando had led them out of Fortress Reden, and at that time he had established his prestige in everyone's hearts. Everyone remembered the high-spirited figure who led them to charge into the undead army. But as time passed, some people started to forget the initial gratitude. When Brando asked them to attack Maxon's territory, this order caused a huge uproar in the mercenary group. Many people disagreed with this order. Attacking a legitimate noble was a bit outrageous and audacious. But it was him, Terran, and Badam who stood up to support this order. He didn't know what Terran and Badam were thinking, but he had his own ideas. Gasol? Kados was once the captain of the security cavalry in Fortress Reden. With the support of the nobles behind him, he could do whatever he wanted in that small place. Other than the White Mane army and the nobles, everyone had to respectfully call him Captain Gasol. But Gaspard was no fool. He knew that behind this respect was fear and even hatred. But at that time, he didn't care. In his eyes, the world was one-sided and one-sided. Only those with power and authority could rise above others. Until Brando led them to defeat the dark undead of Madara, who were much stronger than the nobles in Fortress Reden, and even made them tremble in fear. Only then did he realize that there was a power in this world that could make people's blood boil. It was a power that could make people devote themselves wholeheartedly to it. Young people call it an ideal. Redo told him that it was faith. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 343. The Will to Live. When he decided to join the Amber Sword, he hesitated, but in the end, he made his decision. In fact, when he was adventuring with the Red Copper Dragon, the leader of the cavalry was also hesitant. He had to lead so many refugees through several areas, and sometimes even had to fight with bandits on the main road. Life was much more difficult than when he was in Fortress Reden. He did not know why he did it. All he knew was that the people he knew in the past, the refugees from Fortress Reden, the people who hated him in the past, now spoke to him with a kind of respect. The way they addressed him did not change, it was still the same captain. But some things were different. Uriel found that he could no longer abandon everything he had now, or rather, return to the days of the past. It was as if something called a sense of responsibility had been born in his heart. This was the reason why he supported Brando. It was very simple. Captain Uriel told himself that he did not support this young lord, but the person who changed him. He felt that if a person with such charisma could change and influence a person like him, then he must have the ability to lead them to the end. That was why he did not hesitate to stand on the side of Badam and Terran. Uriel lowered his head, many thoughts running through his mind at that moment. But what really troubled him was Brando's strange order. He thought for a moment, and finally could not help but raise his head with a bitter smile. "My lord, Brando did not think any less than Uriel, but the young man thought further. He walked past Uriel and turned around. "What is it?" My lord, Uriel replied helplessly, you said that you would inherit a piece of land, but you did not tell us that you would inherit it like this. Although the former captain of the cavalry stood on Brando's side, he did not completely approve of Brando's actions. He was familiar with the rules of the noble's game, and naturally knew that Brando's actions were against the world. Brando was taken aback. He hadn't expected Gaspard to be thinking about this. This question made the corner of his mouth twitch. He couldn't possibly say that this was an impromptu idea, could he? Fortunately, Amandina wasn't here, or else he would have been embarrassed by the resentful gaze of the noble lady who had been complaining about his decision. The young man smiled awkwardly. Originally, I was going to inherit the territory, but there was an unexpected situation. Grodin has caused me a lot of trouble, but it's not a big deal. We'll get what belongs to us in the end. Brando started to change the topic. But what about Count Randner? I don't think he'll let this matter rest. Gaspard glanced at the young lord and asked worriedly. That's why I wanted to see you before, Brando replied. Did Uncle Redo ask you to bring the news over, Gaspard? The words Uncle Redo made Gaspard heave a sigh of relief. All signs showed that Brando was a sentimental person. In fact, Brando did not send any of his trusted subordinates to min the castle for the past half a month. Instead, he allowed the copper dragon Redo to take charge of the castle. This showed that Brando had full trust in them. Of course, this was a slight misunderstanding of Brando's intentions. Brando did not think about this at all. Schaflund was so busy that he didn't even think about what Redo and the others would do. Occupying Tonajol was a chess piece to prepare for the future war. In fact, Brando did not think much about it. The nobles in Tonajol were so poor that they were just short of pawning their pants. Brando did not even bother to think about taking over these places. But he did not plan to do anything about it. Instead, he allowed the Copper Dragons group to enjoy the thrill of being a lord, and those who originally doubted his decision gradually calmed down. Of course, there were still some voices that were worried about Count Randner's revenge. But to these fugitives, it did not matter whether Count Randner retaliated or not. At worst, they could just hide in the forest. Yes, my lord. Gaspard nodded. Brando bent his finger and knocked on the long table. His brows were tightly knitted together. My lord? Gaspard was surprised. It's earlier than I thought. The war has come. Brando replied. What? The historical Lord Paulus is a wise and prudent man. He will not be unaware of the news of his comrade's defeat. This is enough to make him slow down his plans and become more cautious. The historical Lord Paulus. The Copper Knight repeated with a serious expression. Brando glared at him, and the young wizard quickly shrank back. He was already used to his lord's strange way of speaking. But this knight did not withdraw his hands and feet. Instead, his movements became more frequent. This means that he has received Count Randner's orders. This is a sign of war. The former captain of the knights gasped in surprise. A sign of war? He knew that Count Randner would definitely seek revenge, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. He was not even mentally prepared for it. My lord? The silver elf princess asked softly from behind. Brando shook his head, indicating that there was no need to be too worried. What should we do? Gaspard was a little worried. The highest level of nobles he had come into contact with in the past were the gentry in Fortress Reden's local council. He could only look up to those who were of a higher level. Count Randner's status was not inferior to the Duke of Grenoir's. Gaspard could not imagine that he would be able to crush him like an ant. He could not help but look at Brando in surprise. Why was the young man talking about something that had nothing to do with him? It was as if he did not offend a powerful count, but a country bumpkin. Are you afraid? Brando asked. Not at all. Gaspard quickly shook his head. Of course, this was a lie. How could he not be afraid? There is no need for that, Brando shook his head. If we can defeat Lord Maxon, we can also defeat Count Randner. Enemies are to be valued, not to be feared. Gaspard nodded. The wild elf princess who was hugging her notebook thought for a moment and asked softly, "Is there going to be a war again? How much time do we have to prepare?" Brando looked at the sky outside the hall and replied, 1 month, at most 2 months. But Lord Paulus will not let us have a good time in the next 2 months. Our priority is to prepare. Medisha and the Shire fell silent. They knew that the upcoming war would be the greatest test for their new territory. As long as they could win this war, they would be able to gain the recognition of the royal faction. And as long as they gained the recognition of the royal faction, the people in the territory would be able to stabilize. Otherwise, no matter how hard they tried, they would be like rootless duckweeds. In this ancient kingdom, or even in this era of wound, status and righteousness were very important things. The people at the bottom might think well of you, but they might not necessarily stand on your side. Brando knew this very well. However, it might not be that easy to win this battle with almost no support. He had 1 to 2,000 human soldiers and 3,000 subterranean dwellers, but Tajiv would not put the fate of the entire tribe in his hands. In other words, the subterranean dwellers were already giving him a lot of face by investing half of their forces in this war. What could they do with this little force? Brando thought for a moment. He did not know how much manpower Count Ranner was going to invest in quelling the rebellion, but it should not be too little. Lord Maxon's fate was a warning. Even though 1 or 2 defeats would not be enough to hurt Count Ranner, it might not be the case in this particular situation. Duke Erek and the princess were constantly pressuring the old fox, and he was already exhausted from dealing with them. If a fire broke out in his backyard, he would be in deep trouble. At the very least, his reputation would be ruined. But it would not be too much. Brando did not want Count Ranner to lose face, and the princess and Duke Erek would not give him the time to do so. He thought for a long time, and in the end, he still felt that the old fox would rely on external forces. He thought for a moment and turned back to ask, "Where's Madara?" "They're quite well behaved," Charles replied. "They seem to have left Trendheim. Be careful of those skeletons. I suspect that they have been colluding with Count Ranner for a long time." Brando shook his head. Madara was obviously interested in Sifrid, and Insursta would not give up so easily. If Count Ranner had an agreement with them, he would definitely use it to get them to work together. He sighed again. Insursta should be thanking him. If he hadn't helped Insursta get rid of Cabias, there would probably be more undead in the army trying to show off their qualifications. Brando was well aware of this history, and naturally knew that the greatest trouble the Insursta dragon had encountered in the army was the resistance from the Dark Lords. If it wasn't for Tarku supporting him, the young Dark Lord might really have had a hard time achieving anything in this war. However, the young man immediately withdrew these unrealistic thoughts. If he could, of course, he would be willing to wait until the enemy could win. Unfortunately, the enemy would not give him this opportunity. Brando asked the Shire about the people who were sent to investigate Erewhon's Southern Legion. Unfortunately, the answer he received was disappointing. The Shire had told him that the men he had sent out had either disappeared without a trace, or had returned with useless information. As such, Brando's plan to support the Southern Legion to restrain Madara and focus on dealing with Lord Paulus was temporarily put on hold. P.S. That's fast. I've already written another 100 scenes in this volume. Please give me some support. Chapter 344. The mercenaries that were sent to the Greyhill Mountains either never returned or brought back useless information. The mercenaries that were sent to Erewhon's Southern Legion did not return. Brando knew that the mercenaries that were sent out were not necessarily reliable. Rabban, Cornelius, and Yuta all had their own plans, and most of the mercenaries just wanted to get by. Some of the mercenaries that were sent out immediately ran away. Brando was aware of this, but he did not intend to force them to stay. Only those who were willing to stay with him through thick and thin were trustworthy. Of course, Brando was not going to sit around and wait for his death. As the shadows of the war from the Paulus kingdom loomed over Tonajal, he arranged for his trusted men to continue searching for Erewhon's Southern Legion through Shaflund. On the other hand, the construction of the fief was proceeding in an orderly manner. The construction of the city walls was finally completed at the end of the month of frost. The construction period was a week later than expected, and the resources used were far more than expected. The only ones who benefited from this were the workers who were hired to repair the walls. In fact, the construction did not go as smoothly as expected. No one was willing to work for this young and illegitimate lord. Grodden's prestige was still intact, and Count Randner's reputation was even heavier in the hearts of the people. The originally agreed policy of appeasement was met with trouble almost immediately. Material benefits were not enough to overcome the fear of the old nobles, or the fear of revenge that would follow. Amandina quickly realized that if the mercenaries did not seal off Abies's surroundings, or if the commoners were not equally fearful of Brando, there would have been a mass exodus. After understanding this, she finally understood her mistake. She had no choice but to use force to make up for this mistake. In order to ensure the completion of the construction period, she even became a servant of the nobles. She personally led her men to the outskirts of the city and chased the commoners out of their huts. She ordered them to gather in the square and ordered the soldiers to give them tools. Then, she ordered the mercenaries to supervise their work. Of course, even though she tried her best to reduce the amount of violence in her work, it was still unavoidable. The title, Demon Lady, quickly spread among the commoners. That day passed in the midst of the workers coping and their resistance to the supervisors. But this change in attitude came after the first day of work. Out of everyone's expectations, the Demon Lady prepared a sumptuous dinner for them. Not only was there a rare white bread for dinner, there was even a stew. Of course, the stew did not live up to its name. It was so clear that there was only water and no meat. At a glance, it looked like a lake in the mountains. It was so clear that one could see the bottom. Amandina could not help but frown when she saw the pot of stew. But it was not because the mercenaries were harsh. The meat was obtained from the forest by the mercenaries. Even though there was a lot of meat, it was not enough for everyone to share. Amandina was originally worried that the workers would complain, but the development of the situation was completely out of her expectations. These refugees, who had been living in the slums all year round, could barely walk when they smelled the rich aroma of the broth. Their eyes became brighter than the hungriest wolf in the forest. In their eyes, white bread was a rare delicacy, and they could only get a little during festivals or on important days. As for meat, it was only at the end of the year. It depended on whether the Lord was in a good mood and would reward them with some leftovers. As for whether it was clear or not, it did not matter. In fact, when she saw the way the workers wolfed down the food, Amandina realized that she had made another mistake. She remembered the time when she was in Brugloss. She could only eat a little black bread every day, not to mention meat and fish. Amandina used the power of this dinner to calm the hearts of the workers. She said that as long as they stayed at the construction site, everyone would be able to eat such food every day. This promise almost caused a stir among the crowd. Although the workers were skeptical, most of them were willing to stay and see the situation. Not to mention that even if they did not want to stay, those fierce mercenaries would make the choice for them. However, their doubts were soon dispelled. The Miss Devil had indeed fulfilled her promise and allowed them to eat a piece of white bread and a small plate of stewed meat soup every night. The direct result of this was that the amount of meat in the warehouse quickly decreased because there was not much to begin with. The meat in the warehouse came from the domesticated livestock in the territory. Most of them were mutton or pork, and some of them had been marinated for a long time. In the past, the meat was provided for Grodden and his men, but now it was used to feed hundreds of people. Naturally, the supply could not meet the demand. Falerne complained to Amandina more than once, saying that if she continued to consume like this, their lord would not be able to eat a single meal when Brando returned. Amandina was moved by her words. On one side was the young lord whom she respected the most, and on the other side were the workers who came from the refugee camp. She did not have to think about it to choose the former. But after thinking about it again and again, she insisted on her own way. She asked the mercenaries to hunt in the forest as much as possible, and even put aside their daily training just to replenish their meat consumption. But this method brought about unexpected benefits. The workers gradually found out that the demon lady arranged for them to hunt in the forest outside the city in order to ensure that they would have enough for dinner. She even arranged for them to hunt in the old lord's private hunting grounds. This method moved everyone, and some even secretly asked the mercenaries to tell her that she did not need to spend so much money. In fact, it was already good enough to have white bread every day. The workers began to worry that the young lord would punish the kind and benevolent noble lady because of this. But their actions strengthened Amandina's confidence. Not only that, she also told the workers that it was not her, but the lord who arranged all of this, so they did not have to worry at all. Amandina used this small explanation to push all the credit to Brendel. Coupled with the fact that the young lord had reduced the taxes previously, he had gained a high reputation among the lower class for a short period of time. Of course, Brando did not know about this at that time. He was dealing with the matters of the mines in Schaflund and did not know what was happening in his territory. In fact, Amandina did not think that her actions would be successful at first. She did not have any experience in managing a territory, and only had a few short discussions with Brando during the journey. But she soon realized that she did not do anything wrong. Less than a week after the implementation of the corresponding countermeasures, someone asked her through the mercenaries if the count needed more manpower. This was obviously a signal that her construction site could attract more workers. But that was not all. This meant that the old noble's authority and the new lord's authority were beginning to waver. This was no doubt a good sign. But the only thing that Amandina regretted was that the good sign did not change the fact that the construction project was delayed. On one hand, too much time was wasted in the beginning, and on the other hand, none of them were proficient in construction and engineering. Master Bosley's participation might have more or less made up for the lack of manpower, but the kingdom's blacksmith wasn't a true professional. He might have his own unique insights on how to craft a magical armor, but that didn't mean that he wasn't a true professional. But it was definitely not repairing a section of the wall. This dilemma was finally resolved when Odom, the old dwarf from Schaflund mines, joined in. No matter how unreliable the old dwarf was, he had at least learned a few things from his fellow mountain dwarves. After correcting a few of the original misconceptions, the construction process quickly accelerated, and by the end of the month, it was finally completed. On the morning of the completion of the project, Amandina invited Brando, Medisha, the Shire, and all of the young man's trusted subordinates. Amandina, Scarlet, and Roman stood in the morning mist, quietly looking at the wall that was looming in the early winter mist. Amandina could not help but let out a long sigh. But then she frowned slightly and turned to look at Brando, who was also looking in the same direction. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, my lord, for wasting so much time." Brando looked at his aide with eyes full of praise. He remembered that when he was in Bragg's, he felt lucky that he was able to find a subordinate who could create a mana channeling device. This was undoubtedly something that made him happier than picking up gold by the roadside. But it was only today that he realized that he had not only picked up a treasure, but also a priceless treasure. Amandina was a quiet girl, but she had her own principles. Brando could see that she was determined to uphold her ideals and beliefs. He felt that he was worthy of having such an outstanding girl serve him wholeheartedly. After returning to his territory, he carefully understood the work of this noble girl. He was originally worried that Amandina, who had no experience in governing a territory, would run into a lot of trouble. He even estimated that the wall would take until next month. It would only be completed in the middle of the slumbering month. Even though it was not a big problem, it would be more or less inconvenient if it was delayed until the first snowfall. But Amandina gave him a big surprise. She completed the task with her usual seriousness and meticulousness, exceeding his expectations. Not only that, Bosley and Odom's performance was also satisfactory, with the exception of the old dwarf who seemed to be a little timid. He looked at Amandina and nodded with a faint smile of approval. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 345. What do you think? Brando suddenly asked. The young man asked Rabban and Cornelius, who were also standing in the fog, rubbing their hands and exhaling white smoke. After Janna's departure, these two commanders who had known each other for a long time had gotten closer. However, before Rabban and Cornelius met this young lord, they did not like each other. Therefore, the distance between people was actually a very subtle thing. After hearing the young lord's question, there was a moment of silence. But the first to speak was Romaine. Romaine had already changed into a thick winter coat and a pair of deerskin gloves. Even so, her face was still red from the cold. Even the tip of her nose was slightly red. Roman thinks it's good. What do you think, Brando? She exhaled a breath of white steam and said without any intention of scheming. She even turned to look at Brando with her eyes wide open, as if she wanted to see if he agreed with her words. The group of small mercenary group leaders immediately agreed. That's right, Cornelius added, it's unexpectedly good. Even though it's a little late, forgive me for being blunt. I've also participated in the midterm work, and to be honest, we're not too familiar with it. Lady Amandina has done very well. I wouldn't dare to say that it's perfect, but it's at least surprising. Everyone loved to hear flattery, and even Romaine could not help but look at this handsome silver-haired man. Even though she did not seem to agree with his flattery, she could not help but agree with him. She thought about how she had been through a lot in the past month. Almost every small decision she made could be met with an accident that she did not consider beforehand. However, it was precisely because of these unexpected situations that she became more and more proficient in handling them. Indeed, it's surprising. Rabban did not say much, and his words were concise. But Romaine still secretly looked at her lord. In her heart, the young man's opinion was enough to trump all opinions. This was the first time she felt her heart beat so fast, and she was afraid that she would see the slightest dissatisfaction on Brando's face. But she just happened to see Brando looking at her with unconcealed admiration, and she could not help but be startled. She did not know why, but she suddenly felt a lump in her throat. It was as if all her hard work over the past few months had paid off in this moment. She sniffled and turned her head away, lest she cried in front of so many people and make a fool of herself. At least she still remembered that she was Brando's #1 aide and the person in charge of the territory's affairs. She did not want to embarrass Brando. But when she turned her head, she saw Medisha pass a silk handkerchief over. The silver elf's movement was so subtle that almost no one noticed it. Romaine was a little startled and looked at Mishans gratefully before she took the silk. Brendel noticed his aide's actions and shook his head with a wry smile. Before I came here, he said, that night. His words silenced the scene. Almost everyone remembered that night that made their blood boil. It was as if they only realized what they had done a long time after the incident. They had killed the rightful Lord of Erewhon under the instigation of a young man. No one had ever thought of such a thing in the past, and no one dared to think about it. But what they could not believe was that they really did it. It did not matter if they were provoked, incited, or threatened. In short, there was no turning back. Since then, a month had passed in the blink of an eye. But they did not collapse like they had feared. Now that the city wall was completed, it seemed to symbolize something. Perhaps under the leadership of this young man, they were indeed different from the ordinary rioters. As for the final result, since this young lord was so confident, what else did they have to worry about? I actually did not think too much about what I wanted to do, Brando continued. Perhaps in your eyes, I am a noble, high and mighty, but I do not think so. He said this sincerely. Of course, how many people would believe this truth was another matter. I came here, to go further south to inherit a piece of land that belongs to me. It came from my ancestors, Brando said half truthfully, half falsely. I did not intend to kill anyone, or take over their land, but in the education I received, there was a voice that told me that the meaning of the existence of nobles was to lead the people out of their predicament. Because they were better, received more education, and because they had this responsibility. Power and responsibility are equal. I believe you are familiar with this saying. Brando said. He nodded. That's right. This is what the late King Eric said. He reached out and pointed at everyone. Nobility is responsibility. Strength is responsibility. Power is responsibility. Power is responsibility. Before this, Brando continued. The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at him, not understanding why this young lord would say such a thing at this time. Amandina also looked at him, and there was a strange light in her eyes. The spirit of the late king, the pursuit of Erewhon's lost glory, was what attracted her the most about this young lord. It was as if there was a fatal attraction that could make a girl's eyes shine. It was snowing. The snowflakes were faint at first, almost undetectable, like cold rain falling on people's faces. But in the end, they became fluffy snowflakes. Tonajal did not have heavy snow in a year. Everyone raised their heads. Before this, Brando also looked at the light gray sky, the dark clouds symbolizing the coming war. I have never been a lord, nor have I had the experience of governing a land. Amandina is the same. You are the same. As I said, he spread out his hands, letting the snowflakes fall on his shoulders. We are not different. We are all here to learn how to face all of this. Brando said, everything that is unfamiliar to us, everything that we share, and our enemies. Perhaps we will not, we are novices, learning how to walk with difficulty. The young man waved his hand, but that is not the problem. The problem is, his voice became a little louder, and his eyes swept across everyone's faces. Do you have the courage to stay, to face all that is coming, to realize that what we have done may seem insignificant, but it is the glory of the previous era, do you see? That is Erewhon's wings. The late King Eric's words have already confirmed all of this, to ignore the darkness, to let your actions be without shame, and to hold on to such a dream. Whether it is the honor, the promise, the responsibility of a man, or the duty of a lord to his people, Brando replied, just as I am standing here. I answer your questions like this. How much longer do we have to run? He pointed at everyone he was familiar with, Cornelius, Rabban, the Shire, and even the numerous mercenary commanders. Let me ask you, Brando said loudly. The white breath he exhaled melted into a thin layer of white mist in the snow, making his face look sacred and mysterious. If there is a day when you become a new noble of Erewhon, do you still remember what I have told you? Are you willing to remember that being a noble is a responsibility? The young man's words were sonorous and powerful, piercing through the cold of the early winter. But all that was heard was a dead silence. Rabban could not believe what he had just heard. He did not dare and did not want to think about the meaning behind the young man's words. The former captain of Karsuk's cavalry looked back at his companions with a stiff expression. However, Cornelius was also oblivious to his surroundings. Or rather, it should be said that the middle-aged man's heart was pounding. Of course he knew what Brendel meant by those words. This young man was telling them in public, from today onwards, you are my men. My retainers. Gather under my banner. Share honor and disgrace. Share joy and sorrow. You are my knight. Wield the sword in my hand. Expand my territory for me. At that moment, Cornelius, a middle-aged man who had been a mercenary for decades, felt a surge of energy in his heart for the first time. It was a kind of energy that could be described as boiling blood. He felt that the opportunity he had been waiting for so many years was right in front of him. He was not the only one. All the mercenaries present felt the same. Perhaps only Medisa and Scarlet didn't feel anything. To them, it was enough as long as they followed this young lord. Roman did not need to think too much. She was not by her aunt's side. Brando was the only person she could rely on. The Shire smiled without saying a word, as if he already knew what Brando was thinking. Only Amandina took a light breath. She was the only one who understood the hidden meaning in Brando's words. This young man wanted to change the rules of Erewhon. He wanted to inject new blood into the old noble system. Amandina did not know if she had heard wrongly. She did not understand why a young noble with almost no foundation would have such majestic ideals and beliefs. Perhaps it had already turned into a force that could shake people's hearts. Amandina knew that she understood. This was the first time she saw the outline of this plan, and she was already deeply immersed in it. She opened her mouth slightly and took a light breath, but she did not know how to respond. Amandina stood there in a daze. P.S. If you think it's good, please give me some support. $12,000 is really a waste of money. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 346. The year the War of the Black Rose broke out, the winter was abnormally cold. The overcast sky seemed to have frozen the air into fine powder that fluttered down. Gert had been hiding in the bushes at the top of the mountain for the whole night and was almost frozen stiff. He stretched out his hand to catch the powder falling from the sky. A trace of coldness appeared in his palm as ice crystals melted in his hand. They were snowflakes. Gert, who was still wearing his green Flux Mage apprentice robe, raised his head and looked at the sky. It was snowing. It was the first snow of the year. He couldn't help but recall the frequent conversations between the county and the young overlord. They talked about the situation in the north, the alliance of the Grand Dukes, and the fate of the princess. The war in the north dragged on until after the first snow. Gert was only a child of a small aristocratic family. His hometown was in Karsuk, which was also considered a remote region of the kingdom. Although he was a noble, his knowledge was limited and at most, he could only watch those big shots live their lives. His life was better than an ordinary person's, but in recent years, the situation had been worsening year after year. Gert was very clear in his heart that the reason he took the risk was to change his fate. He had studied magic under a wizard mentor for a period of time and had interacted with his mentor to understand the outside world. The chaotic world of this era had a fatal attraction for a young man like him. The chaos seemed to be full of opportunities. Thus, after his mentor passed away, Gert embarked on the journey of his dreams. However, his luck was not as good as he thought it would be. Two of the companions he met who were of similar background died during the journey. They had no choice but to rest for a while in Ferber Hill before deciding whether to return or continue the journey. But he hadn't expected that Grodin would kill all his companions. The disheartened Gert only wanted to stay behind and perish together with the noble. But sometimes, fate was fickle. On that night, he met the young overlord and participated in the battle. He was fortunate enough to follow him and became the first member of the county's wizard regiment. As the Shire's deputy, he had the opportunity to participate in the discussion between Brando and the wizard squire. Of course, he was too young to join in. The two men talked about the situation in the north, the invasion of the Black Rose of Bramanto, and Cruz. It was as if Gretel had seen a whole new world, a height he had never imagined before. It was also something that his first mentor had never discussed with him. At that moment, Gert knew that he had grasped the opportunity to realize his dream. Or rather, he had already realized it. Since then, he had become a loyal supporter of Brando. This time, he had volunteered to come to Paulus to gather information. However, it just so happened that the scout team needed a talent who was proficient in magic, so he was naturally selected. The Shire had complained to Brando about this, saying that he had taken away one of his capable assistants. But Gert didn't regret his decision. He felt that rather than staying by roadside, he might as well attract his attention with his actions. He was a person who yearned for adventure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left home to come here. The young man stared at the sky for a long time and finally came back to his senses. Then, he rubbed his hands. He didn't dare to make too much noise in case he attracted the attention of the sentries below. From the top of the hill, he looked down at the grayish-yellow tents and the bustling campsites in the forest below. Then, he heard a rustling sound behind him. His companions were on guard in that direction. The sound clearly belonged to one of their own. Of course, there was another possibility. Gert immediately tensed up. By cabbage, a strange password came from the forest. It was said that the Shire had taught them. Gert immediately relaxed. It was one of their own. He turned around and replied, "Ruff, who is it?" "Melf." Gert recognized the name. It was another wizard's apprentice in the same team. Melf only had a nickname and no name. The Shire had given him that name. What a lucky bastard. Gert couldn't help but think. "How is it, Gert? Is this the camp of the Night Lord Paulus?" The wizard's apprentice, who was wearing a grey robe, walked over and crouched down beside Gert. He whispered, "But Mouse and the others said that there is no camp here. This is not Lord Paulus' camp." Gert shook his head. "It's not." Melf was stunned. The young man slowly nodded and moved his frozen limbs. "They are Highlanders." "Highlanders? Aren't they fighting with Lord Paulus?" Mayhew asked in surprise. "What are they doing here? Are they planning to invade us now? Then the heavens are helping us." But Gert shook his head. It was not that simple. There are many groups of Highlanders. They might be coming for us. "What? Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. I know them better than you." "All right, go send a message to the receiving team." "We are preparing to retreat," Gert replied. "It's snowing. We can't hide here anymore. We have to change our clothes." Melf looked at his companions and nodded. Highlanders? The snowflakes in the sky became denser. Not long after they left the south gate, Brando bumped into a mercenary. The man was an elementalist. The young man recognized him. He was one of the Shire's men. At Brando's request, the Shire had selected those who had the ability to cast spells from the mercenaries and adventurers. There were wizards who knew some tricks, third-rate elementalists, swindlers, witch doctors who pretended to be mysterious, and a large number of apprentices to form a wizard group. Since the Shire was a gold-ranked wizard, it did not take much effort to form a wizard group. Many wizards even volunteered to leave their mercenary groups to join this wizard group. Although this matter was criticized by the leaders of the mercenary groups, Brando supported them from behind and did not cause any real trouble. Brando knew that the advantage of having a group of spellcasters was proven by both players and NPCs in the later stages of the war. Of course, the Shire had complained to him more than once that these people did not deserve to be called a wizard group. It was not that it was better to have a mixture of people from all walks of life, but Brando did not care. At least from his point of view. This was the first Adept Legion under his command that had taken shape. Moreover, there were many talented individuals among these people. With some training, they could form the backbone of the Wizard Association in the future. It was a pity that even though the Shire had the strength of a mentor, he did not have the experience of grooming apprentices. Thus, this wizard group was still an empty shell. However, it was not completely useless. These spellcasters who had a little bit of strength had more or less followed a mentor, or at least been apprentices for a period of time. There were even some who came from academies. They all had one thing in common. And that was that they were all literate. Thus, Brando, Amandina, the Nightsong Tiger, and the Shire used these spellcasters to deal with intelligence and paperwork. It was obvious that this person was one of the Nightsong Tiger's intelligence department. In response to Brando's question, the elementalist nodded, "Yes, my lord. The Shire asked me to tell you that you might need this information urgently." This information was sent back by those people in the north, and it said that it has something to do with the Highlanders, those people in the north. Brando was stunned for a moment before he remembered that he did ask the Nightsong Tiger and Redo to infiltrate the Paulus region to gather information about Count Randner's army. The Nightsong Tiger was fully in charge of this matter, but he knew the details of the plan. Seal had gathered some third-rate wizards or apprentices from the mercenaries and mixed them into the scout team to disguise themselves as adventurers so that they could send back information to the rear. The method of sending back information was simple, but he was the one who came up with this method himself. Animal messengers. Of course, this was not a new method, but a method of using familiars. Long before the year of the cave beasts, the crew's people had already used this method to send back information during the November War. However, in this era, very few people thought of sending wizards to the front lines, so this method was not widely spread. But after the War of the Black Roses, the first demonic wave came a few years later. The number of talented wizards increased day by day, and this method gradually spread. In the later stages of the war, this method was already very mature. But at that time, there was a more stable alternative method, such as using magical tools. However, Brando did not have the means to do so, so he thought of this primitive method. With the animal messenger, an apprentice could send a message within a day and a night. In theory, the message could be sent back one by one through the stations. In the past, the message would take a week to reach Ferber, but now, it would only take a few minutes. However, the Nightsong Tiger and the Shire's manpower was limited, especially those who had the ability to cast spells and were familiar with scouting techniques. Thus, the Nightsong Tiger and the Shire only had 2 or 3 scouts. Their surveillance of the Paulus Knights' territory was still quite limited, and Brendel did not expect that they would obtain useful information so quickly with this level of surveillance. But now, it seemed that the nobles still looked down on these rioters. Perhaps they paid enough attention to the rioters in the war, but outside of the war, the Lord Paulus still did not guard against them. But it was understandable. Even though Brando did not have many men, his methods were much better than Erwin's regular army. Even though he did not have the self-awareness to do so, traditional soldiers like Lord Paulus would have a headache dealing with them. Sending wizards to the front lines as scouts? In the eyes of the nobles, this was not something a human would do. Only Brando, who was used to this method, would be used to it. In fact, when he first proposed this idea, not only the conservative Amandina, but even the Shire was shocked. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 347. However, after a series of discussions, Brando came to the conclusion that using the Magi as the frontline was a crazy idea. The Magi were not only useful in sending back information, but also in concealment, erasing information, and evading pursuers. Even so, the Shire only supported the idea of using the Magi in the early stages of the war. Once the enemy understood the Magi's strategy, the Magi's losses would be unbearable. Brando could only accept the Shire's reasoning. He knew that the Shire was not wrong, and he was not wrong either. It was just that the time was not right, and the largest demonic wave in history was not here yet. Brando glanced at the mercenary who delivered the letter. He took the letter and opened it, but his expression instantly turned serious. Dark clouds seemed to cover his face, and it was even uglier than the gray sky at this time of the year. Scarlet and the elven princess looked at each other worriedly. They rarely saw Brando with such a serious expression. Did something happen? My lord? Medisha asked softly. Brando shook his head. The letter was very simple. It only stated that a clan of Highlanders had appeared in Lord Paulus' territory. It could be said that if this letter was in the hands of any of Brando's subordinates, it would not attract any attention. The term Highlanders was commonly used in Ranner's territory. These natives were constantly at war with Erwin and the other outsiders. Lord Paulus had been dealing with them for more than half of his life. If someone else saw this letter, they would probably be glad that the old knight was in trouble again. However, this letter had a different meaning in Brando's eyes. It seems that we have to add a new list of enemies to our list. The young lord smiled helplessly and passed the letter to Medisa. But the elven princess only took a glance at it and asked after a moment of surprise, "What's the matter?" Highlanders? They aren't Count Ranner's enemies. My lord, you said that Knight Paulus has been fighting against them for years. Why would they join him in attacking us? Medisha asked in confusion. The Highlanders are divided into many tribes. The tribe mentioned in the letter came from the east of Mount Greyhar, and they have always been under Count Ranner's rule in name. However, the Highlanders have a strong sense of territory, and they rarely move to other regions on a large scale, much less leave their dominion. Then? Scarlett didn't know much about military affairs, but she could tell that something was wrong with Brando's tone. I don't think they're here for the slumber celebration. I don't know what Count promised these stubborn fellows, but I'm sure they're here for us. It doesn't matter, Scarlett snorted softly. It doesn't matter who comes, we will defeat them. When Brando heard this, he could only smile. He knew that this red-haired girl was just cheering him on. On the other hand, Medisha was calmer. Is it a big problem? She asked. Brando shook his head. Of course it will increase the pressure on us, but it's hard to say how much. I believe that old fox Count Randner has mobilized more than one Highlander tribe. He looked into the distance. The snow had already turned the streets into a hazy fog. It seems like I've underestimated these beasts who fight all day long. Even though Brando said it casually, he was not confident in his heart. Who knew how many Highlanders would enter Paulus? Perhaps the supply of food to these people would be a bottleneck. However, Brando did not know how long Count Randner would be able to mobilize resources in his territory. In any case, Lord Paulus's army, the Highlanders, and the undead of Madara. The young man could not help but frown deeply. Should we inform Miss Amandina? Medisha asked. Brando shook his head. Amandina was left behind at the south gate. She was responsible for supervising the mercenaries as they paid the workers. The wages were calculated using the copper coins of the free port, and each person only received a few copper coins. It was not a lot, but it was better than nothing. It could be said that the symbolic meaning was greater. Amandina's original intention was to save the money, but it was part of the Romans' plan to revive the city. She naturally could not agree to it. In the end, Amandina could not take it anymore and simply dragged the young man to the construction site. When he thought of this, Brando could not help but smile and shake his head despite his heavy heart. He recalled how little Romaine pretended not to know and tried to shirk the responsibility, but in the end, she was dragged back by the noblewoman's order. Amandina was different from him. Even if she pretended to be teary-eyed, she would not be moved. Even though Amandina was probably Romaine's best friend other than Freya, Amandina was probably Romaine's closest friend. But when it came to official matters, Amandina would not give him any face. Whenever he thought of the young man who always gave him a headache and was helpless in front of Amandina, Brando felt that it was very interesting. At that time, he was glad that he avoided the young Roman quickly. Otherwise, the young man would definitely blame it on him. Amandina might be able to keep her promise to others, but she could not do anything to this young lord. Thinking of this, he shook his head and returned to the matter at hand. The young man patted the letter in his hand. Actually, I want to know who sent this information back. What do you mean? Most people probably would not pay attention to these Highlanders because they are too common in this place. In other words, what we thought of, the person who sent this information back must have thought of it as well. Brando was a little puzzled. He knew this because he had knowledge and vision that surpassed this world. In fact, if he did not talk to the Shire about some things related to this matter, he was afraid that even the Shire would not be able to see anything from this letter. And other than him and the Shire, everyone else was the same. Then who was the person who sent this letter back? Brando was puzzled, but for a moment, he noticed that the elementalist in front of him was looking at him, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. The young man was slightly startled and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Yes, my lord." The elementalist's expression was a little strange, and he stammered as he answered, "Just now, Lord the Shire sent me another letter, saying that it was for you." "What's with the letter?" Brendel asked with a frown. "What's that guy up to again?" "My lord, do you want to see it?" "Of course." Brando said in a bad mood. Since it was said that it was for him, how could he not see it? But he looked at the elementalist with some doubts. No matter how he looked at it, the elementalist's words seemed a little inappropriate. But the elementalist's expression became even more strange. "My lord, can you turn around first?" "Turn around?" What kind of play is this? Before Brando could react, he saw the shadow of a spear flash by his side, and Scarlet had already stretched out her spear and placed it on the elementalist's neck. Take it out, Scarlet said coldly. The elementalist was stunned, or rather, he was obviously frightened. Then, with a trembling but bitter face, he took out a strange creature from under his robe. It was his familiar. Brando only needed a glance to recognize the strange creature, of course, so did the others, because it was only a duck. Using a duck as a familiar? This time, not only Brando, but also Scarlet and Medisha were stunned. Out of the three of them, one was an experienced player, one was the princess of the Silver Elven Empire, and one was a mercenary who had participated in many battles. Most of them had dealt with all kinds of wizards, elementalists, and even witches. However, even though they had seen all kinds of strange people, they were still quite different. But they had never seen a wizard who used a duck as a familiar. Brando was stunned for a while, then he nodded. Very good, very unique. As far as he knew, there were many wizards who used all kinds of strange tamed demons. As for elementalists, shouldn't most elementalists use fairies as their tamed demons? My lord, the elementalist said with a bitter face, this has nothing to do with me. I originally didn't have a familiar. This thing was given to me by the Lord of the Shire. He said that using a duck as a familiar can bring luck. It is indeed very lucky. Brando could only helplessly shake his head. What is your name? This was the first time he looked at this guy carefully. In fact, this guy was just a young man about the same age as him, and he looked quite handsome. But ever since he saw this guy take out a duck as a familiar, he felt that this guy was very funny no matter how he looked at it. If this guy was born in his time, he would have been a comedian. He looked back at Scarlet and Medisha. Scarlet was fine, but Medisha also seemed to find it funny. My lord, I was just an apprentice. They called me Red Pig. Red Pig? That's the name of a magical beast in my hometown. Brando also remembered that it was a magical beast that was over level 30. It had a fierce temper and rough skin, so not many people were willing to deal with it. He looked at the duck in the guy's hand and coughed. How about this? You can follow me from now on. I happen to need an apprentice. My lord, you need an apprentice? The elementalist was stunned. My lord, are you a wizard? No, Brando shook his head. I am an elementalist. Anyway, don't ask too much nonsense, just follow me. Elementalist? The elementalist was stunned again. Elementalists could usually sense each other's presence, especially high-level ones. They would have an innate sense of oppression towards low-level existences. But he did not feel such oppression from this young lord at all. There was only one possibility, and that was that this young lord's strength was weaker than his own, or was about the same as his own. However, the elemental apprentice didn't even dare to think about this possibility. After all, this was the legendary lord who was said to be omnipotent. He had only seen this lord from afar a few times before, but he had long heard of the mysterious and powerful legends of this lord many times. But wasn't this lord a gold-ranked swordsman? How did he become an elementalist? The young man, who was nicknamed Red Pig, became more and more confused. But Brando just waved his hand at him. He did need an apprentice, but not just an apprentice. He needed an apprentice to prepare for his other plan, which had to be put on the agenda now. The appearance of the Highlanders as an enemy inexplicably made Brando feel a sense of urgency. That's it, he said, looking at the young man. You will follow me from now on, and I will give you a name. Let's call you Mordenkainen. Mordenkainen? The young man was stunned. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidien.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 348. Brando opened the letter. It was blank, but there was a secret mark at the top right corner. He understood and crumpled the letter into a ball. Then, a wisp of flame burst out from his hand and burned it to ashes. The ashes fell down to the ground. Brando looked up. The Shire had brought him good news. The Druids had returned. This news made Brendel feel relieved, but he did not immediately go and meet these people. Instead, he spoke to his new follower beside him. Mordenkainen. I'm here. The youth paused for a moment before he realized that Brendel was calling for him. He quickly asked, Is there anything, my lord? Go and get Tajiv for me. Tajiv? The leader of the subterranean dwellers. You know it's in the castle right now. Brando had summoned Tajiv to the castle ever since the war broke out. However, the subterranean dweller leader was quite happy. At least Grodin did not give it such treatment. As for whether Brando intended to use it as a hostage, Tajiv did not think too much about it. It had already sworn an oath to its god, and these humans did not need to use it again. Cover it with a cloak. Try not to let others see it, Brando said. The young man quickly nodded. My lord, where do you want to meet it? Brando lowered his head and whispered something into the young man's ear. The young man nodded and glanced at his lord. After confirming that there were no more orders, he turned around and ran into the snow. Brando watched the young man's figure disappear into the snow before he waved to the others. Let's go somewhere else. Scarlet looked at Brando and regained her senses. She kept comparing this young lord's appearance with Makarov and even Eek. Scarlet blushed and shook her head. Where are we going, my lord? Medisha looked at her with amusement. A good place. Brando replied. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and the streets were soon covered in a thin layer of white. There were not many people on the streets, but the warm orange light from the houses on both sides of the street made them feel at ease. Scarlet had just recovered, and this was the first time she went out this week. But the girl, who had her long red ponytail tied up again, seemed to have returned to her old life. She held her thunder lance and followed behind Howrun while looking at the surrounding streets with a somewhat indifferent gaze. Medisha had always been interested in the human world. She would occasionally ask Brando what it was, or what it was. The three of them walked for a while until they heard a clanking sound. Medisha's long ears were the first to pick up the sound. She was startled for a moment before she realized that they were near Bosley's forge. Bosley's forge was right in front of them. After Brendel bought the cold iron ores from Cohen and sent the magic eye gems to Bosley, Bosley's smithing factory was finally in operation. The shops here were part of Grodin's private property. This used to be Abies's smithy, but Bosley bought the houses on both sides and expanded it. However, having a place didn't mean that everything was going well. Bosley spent a lot of effort to recruit people, but most of them were of mixed quality. Bosley complained to Brando about not supporting his work more than once. He came from Erwin's palace and complained that Brando didn't support his work. Fortunately, the situation changed after Uriel brought in the first batch of blacksmiths. The blacksmiths were sent by Redo the Red Copper Dragon. Considering that Maxon might become the front line of the war, Redo sent almost all of his capable men to Abies. Of course, this was for the long term, but it was also to show his loyalty to the young lord. In any case, it solved Bosley's urgent problem. Even though it was snowing heavily, the workshop was bustling with activity. The golden red flames from the furnaces dyed the entire workshop an orange-red color. The dazzling warm color did not fit in with the cold white color outside, forming a strong contrast. Even though Brendel was standing outside the workshop, he could feel the difference between warmth and cold because of the color contrast. My lord? A voice called out to him. Bosley's attention was diverted from the numerous trivial matters in the workshop, and he had to spend a lot of effort to instruct these foolish fellows. Just as he was about to take a breather, he saw Brendel and the other two standing outside the workshop. Grandmaster Bosley. Brando smiled when he saw him. He didn't come here to stroll around and enjoy the snowy scenery. The news of Lord Paulus's army gathering had caught his attention, and he had to slowly carry out his plan. What is it? Bosley asked. My lord, are you here to check on this old man's progress? I wouldn't dare. Brando shook his head. I just thought of an idea. An idea? Bosley was a little surprised, but when he saw the four standing in the snow, he quickly said, "Anyway, please come in. If my lord doesn't mind the noise and filth in this place." Brando nodded and led Medisha, Scarlet, and the young man into the forge. The first batch of armors and weapons were being forged in the forge. The young lord glanced at the forge. There were only bare-chested blacksmiths and apprentices coming and going. No one was wearing a robe to instruct them. The Shire's people were not here yet, which meant that Bosley's first batch of armors wasn't the White Lion armors. "You haven't started on the magic armors yet?" "My lord, you said you weren't here to check on our progress?" Bosley couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. "It's been too long since I last worked. The magic eye gem you gave me is precious, I can't afford to waste it. I want to practice first." The old man looked around the forge and sighed. "Besides, these people also need to be skilled. They're still far from being skilled. You're the one who's asking too much." Brando replied. Bosley used to work in Erewhon's Royal Smithing Bureau and was publicly acknowledged as the #1 blacksmith. His assistants were also well-known figures, so Brando couldn't help but look down on these people. The most skilled blacksmiths among them were only from the countryside. Not to mention that none of them had experience with arcanitech devices, some of them didn't even have experience in forging weapons. Forging armors was more complicated than forging weapons. Not only did it require experience from a blacksmith, but it also required the skills of a tailor and a leathersmith. There were blacksmiths from these professions in the forge, and they were responsible for joining the parts together to create a complete set of armor. The entire process was extremely slow, taking several hours or even an entire day to complete. Bosley frowned as he looked at the large arcanitech device in the middle of the forge. It was a rather primitive device that was almost 20 years old. It was used to press the chest and back plates in one go, and then use magic rays to inscribe magic arrays on them. However, the working condition of these two old machines was quite unstable, and they often had problems. Even the machines I used 10 years ago were better than these two. They're in worse condition than an old man like me. Bosley felt that he had never done such a troublesome job in his life. Tonagel was a remote and desolate place, and it was hard for him to imagine that Erewhon had a place like this. Everything in this place seemed to be a century behind the times he knew. Without arcanitech devices, the inside of the city was like a huge garbage dump. Outside of the city was the wilderness, and agriculture was still at the most primitive stage of self-cultivation. In the era that Bosley was familiar with, which was almost 10 years ago, in the most prosperous areas of Erewhon, magic was used to nurture crops. There were even students from the academy stationed in the fields. Those elementalist apprentices could change the arrangement of the elements in a small area to make the weather more suitable for growing crops. But there was nothing like that here. In other regions, large arcanitech devices were already used in agriculture, although this was only a part of the revolution that happened in the last 100 years. The Kurlutz people learned this technology from the Hazel people and indirectly influenced Awin's development. This technology even changed the November War and brought about the Second Holy War. However, the rapid advancement of arcanitech technology still changed the world. Of course. Except for Tonagel. It wasn't just Tonagel. In Bosley's view, the entire Ranner region was a barren land that was abandoned by history. It was as if it had a master who didn't like magic, and it was excluded from civilization. Of course, this was only Bosley's personal prejudice. Brando knew that the poverty in the south of Erewhon was due to many reasons. It wasn't just Ranner, but also Grenoirs and Karsuk. The southern border of the kingdom had always been at the edge of civilization. Due to the difference in development, the difference in geography, and the invasion of monsters, there were many factors. Whether it was Bucci, Braggs, or Tonagel, these places were like two different worlds compared to the hinterland of the kingdom. Just bear with it, Grandmaster Bosley. Brando shook his head. Even though the two arcanitech devices were a pile of scrap metal in Erewhon, they were treasures here. When Amandina found them in Grodin's warehouse, she wanted to dismantle one of them to study the magic channeling device inside, but she was stopped by Bosley. It seemed that her decision back then was wise. At least the two Arcanitech devices were of great help to him. No matter how old these two old machines were, at least they were better than Tanagel's primitive handicrafts. Brando couldn't imagine how long it would take to realize his plan with the productivity of ABs, which was still stuck in the Middle Ages on Earth. Time waits for no one. P.S. Everyone's enthusiasm has cooled down, please support me. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 349. Bosley nodded at Brando's words. Then, my lord, what did you say you had in mind? Bosley took out a pipe from his pocket, but he looked at Brando and remembered that he didn't like the smell of tobacco. He hesitated for a moment before putting it back. How's that thing going? Brando didn't answer Bosley's question. Bosley was startled for a moment, but he quickly reacted. My lord, are you talking about that thing? We've already made more than 200 sets. The workshop has been fully operational recently. But we still don't have enough manpower. If we can expand the workshop to more than 100 people, then I'll be able to meet your requirements. 200 sets. Brando calculated that it was slightly lower than his requirements. But this couldn't be helped. It was impossible to find enough skilled workers to expand the workshop to more than 100 people. Even if there were enough blacksmiths, there wouldn't be enough magic tools. Brando didn't even consider the time and cost of crafting armor. He shook his head. Grandmaster Bosley, even if we ignore the other difficulties, the ABs won't be able to support such a large workshop. Even if we add in Maxon, we don't have iron or coal. Brando paused for a moment before shaking his head. It would be great if we could make an elemental furnace. Elemental furnace? Bosley sharply raised his head. He had to deal with all kinds of furnaces in his trade. Even if he hadn't heard of this thing from Brando, he could guess what it was. Brando nodded. An elemental furnace could directly absorb the elemental fire in the air for smelting. It was a major innovation in smithing technology. But in the young man's memory, the fire elemental furnace was only invented about 20 years later, and the inventor was Erwin. It was just that he couldn't remember that person's name for the time being. This was because in the next 2 decades, due to the skyrocketing of the mana tide, there would be many powerful people. There would also be endless inventions based on mana channeling devices. It was really too difficult to remember all of them. Moreover, these things didn't have much to do with players, and Brando wasn't a crafting player in the past. He could not help but wish that his senior was here. She was an expert in this field. However, he shook his head and discarded this unrealistic fantasy. Instead, he tried to remember that the guy who invented the fire element furnace was an elementalist, born in a noble family. As for whether he was an Erech or a Viro, Roland could not remember. As he thought about it, he gave Bosley a brief explanation of its structure. The old man's eyes lit up when he heard that. Lord, is there really such a thing that doesn't use coal? Or some other kind of fuel? Bosley's face was flushed red. He could almost imagine how significant this would be. Just from the economic aspect alone, it would save them an immeasurable amount of money. Not to mention, the purity of the flame created by the fire element was not an oxidation reaction in the ordinary sense. The significance of using this method to remove the impurities in the metal was comparable to obtaining a divine weapon for an old blacksmith like him. Yes, I read about it in an ancient document. Brando hesitated for a moment before replying, I think it's a lost technology of the Buga wizards. A technology of the Buga wizards? My lord, the Buga wizards used magical forging. Medisha frowned when she heard Brando's words, but her tone was still as gentle as ever. I don't think they used furnaces, right? Or did something change in the modern era? Brando was stunned. He immediately realized that he had misspoken. In the past, Medisha did not exist, so he could stubble as much as he wanted. But now, she was also a silver bloodline elf and knew the history of the Buga craftsmen. He thought for a moment and finally found an excuse. I'm not sure about that. After all, I'm just a descendant of the Wizard Tower. Medisha nodded, but I think there's a possibility. It seems to be the Myrna's way of doing things. As she spoke, she looked at Brando with her bright silver eyes. Elemental forging was lost before the War of the Holy Saints. I think the document you saw was a description of the technology of the Buga wizards against their enemies. Brando was sweating profusely when he heard this explanation. He was glad that Medisha took the initiative to cover up this big lie. He had to admit that it was Martha's blessing. He prayed in his heart and nodded. That's probably the case. At this moment, Bosley seemed to have woken up from his daydream. He sighed and asked, Sir, do you know the structure of this furnace? Structure? Brando was stunned. He thought for a moment and looked at the old man. The structure is actually quite simple. It's not difficult to draw it. Then why don't we give it a try? Bosley immediately jumped up in excitement. To this old man, the temptation of the elemental furnace was too great. He patted his chest excitedly and promised, My lord, this old man may not have any other skills, but I dare to say that no one in Aween can compare to me in the art of forging. Why don't you tell me about it? Who knows, maybe we can really recreate it. Brando shook his head. It's not that simple, Grandmaster Bosley. The structure of this furnace is simple, but there are a few difficulties. First, it needs a mana core and a mana conduit. Second, it needs a method to collect the elemental particles in the air. Third, it needs a method to convert the elemental particles into a continuous flame. The first difficulty requires the use of magic, the second is the use of elementalists, and the third requires alchemy. As for the structure of the furnace, I believe you can easily solve it. Brando shook his head, but what about the other problems? Can you solve them? Bosley was speechless. Collecting the elemental particles in the air, Medisha spoke up. It's actually not that difficult. Oh. Little girl, you know about it? Bosley jumped up and asked loudly. His loud voice attracted the attention of the craftsmen and apprentices around him. The old man's face reddened, but he couldn't hold back his excitement and asked again, Then tell me, little girl. This thing is very important to us. Brando shook his head. He didn't think that this thing was that important. It was just a furnace. Although it solved the problem of fuel shortage, and perhaps it would improve Shaflan's silver smelting process, Tonajal didn't produce any iron. This was another bottleneck that could be a death sentence for Bosley's expansion plan. In his plan, the expansion of AB's factory would have to wait until his trip to Ampere Seal was over. My lord, don't underestimate this thing. It can save you a lot of money. With this money, you can buy more iron ores, and I can create more weapons and armor for you. You can also gather more troops, Bosley reprimanded Brendel sternly. My lord, don't underestimate this thing. It can save you a lot of money. With this money, you can buy more iron ores, and I can create more weapons and armor for you. He paused for a moment before continuing, My lord, aren't you loyal to the princess? Without an army, you can't even protect yourself. How can you support the princess? The situation in the north is getting worse by the day. I don't think the princess can wait for the day my lord grows his wings. Brendel felt a headache coming on when he heard the Grandmaster blacksmith's nagging, and he quickly nodded in agreement. But when he heard Bosley mention money, he suddenly had an idea and changed his mind. Bosley saw the significance of the elemental furnace, and so did the others. Not to mention how important it was to the blacksmithing and smelting industry. Even if it was miniaturized and sold to the nobles, it would still be a profitable business. Brando had decades of experience, and naturally knew that this was a profitable business. He was still worried about what goods to bring to Ampere Seal, but now it seemed that a bright future lay in front of him. Thinking of this, he quickly nodded and interrupted Bosley's words, saying to Medisha, Why don't you explain it to the master, Medisha? Medisha smiled and answered quietly, It's actually very simple. You just need to use a magic array. Magic array? Brando frowned, but the release of fire elemental energy requires a magic array. The absorption and release magic arrays can't be stacked together. Also, the absorption magic array can't withstand harsh conditions, unlike the release magic array which can withstand high temperatures. If you use a reinforcement magic array, I'm afraid the absorption effect will be affected. Although Brando only had a few levels of alchemy, he still had the knowledge from the game, and this basic knowledge was not difficult for him. Let's separate them. If we separate them, what about the conduction of elemental energy? Brando knew that the conduction of magic was no longer a problem in Wonde, but the conduction of elemental energy was another problem. At least until now, he had not heard of anyone who could transfer elemental energy, unless it was done by an elementalist. But if an elemental furnace needed an elementalist to be on duty 24 hours a day, then it would need at least 6 to 7 elementalists. This investment was a bit of a loss that was not worth it. "My lord, you forgot that I'm a silver elf," Medisha whispered. Brando was stunned. What did this have to do with silver elves? Little one, but at this time, he suddenly heard Orthlis's voice in his mind. "I've always wanted to ask, is the silver elf girl following you a royal elf? If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading." Chapter 350. Little one, Orthlis's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "I've always wanted to ask, is the silver elf girl with you a royal elf?" "Lady Orthlis, Medisha is a royal." "What's wrong?" Brando replied. "It's nothing. She looks familiar, just like someone I know. But I don't think it's possible. She's probably her descendant." Orthlis shook her head. "But if she's a royal, then your question won't be a problem." "Why?" "One of the silver elves' silver legacies is the elemental conduction technique. Royal elves must have mastered this technique." Orthlis replied, then fell silent. "So that's why." Brando looked at Medisha curiously. "Do you know how to do it, Medisha?" The silver elf girl nodded gently. "All right, this problem is solved." Brendel knew that this was actually one of the two most difficult problems of the elemental furnace. Solving this problem could be said to have solved half of the problem, or even more than half of it, but he still asked, "Then how do I convert these fire elements into continuous flames?" "As far as I know, most of the alchemy arrays are instantaneous, but the elemental furnace needs to be stable and continuous." "Is there no way to solve it?" Bosley's raised eyebrows sank again. "It doesn't seem that difficult," he said with a troubled expression. "Of course it's difficult. The stability of the array is very high. But it's not like there's no alternative. One is to strengthen the array, but this will affect the output. The other is to use better materials, which will increase the cost." Brando thought for a while. The elemental furnace could be strengthened by the array. But the cost of the elemental furnace would be slightly higher. After all, the wool comes from the sheep. Even though it was difficult, he remembered that he had Tamar with him. It shouldn't be a problem to give it to a master alchemist. He shook his head and threw the question aside. "All right, it's better than nothing. Let's move on to the next question. What about the mana conduction device and the core?" "I can think of a way to get some." Bosley glanced at him, and for the first time, the old man stuttered. "I have contacts in Ampere Seal, Corvado, and Cipher. I can probably ask them to help me get some, but I can't hope for the largest ones." "Medium is enough," Brando replied. As for the mana conduction device, Amandina had a set of primitive designs that could barely be used. That thing was even rarer than the mana core, and it was almost completely controlled by the royal family and nobles. Nevertheless, Yangming glanced at the blacksmith master in surprise. This was the first time the blacksmith master took the initiative to use his social network. It seemed that this thing was very attractive to the old man. However, what surprised Brando the most was that nobles, especially someone like Bosley, had a huge network of connections. If he could make use of this network, it would be great news. He couldn't help but ask, "If that's the case, why don't you ask them to help us get some people?" Aren't you lacking manpower, Grandmaster Bosley? Bosley glared at him. Do you want to drag more people down with you? I don't care about the others, but don't even think about it. The people I know are either from the royal faction or my students. I don't want them to be on the pirate ship. No, you're mistaken. Brando did not give up and continued to persuade the old man. Whether it's the royal faction or us, we're all in the same boat. We're all working for the princess, aren't we? Bosley snorted. Even though he did not believe Yangming's words, he remembered that Brando resonated with the Lionheart sword and was a little convinced. But I've already agreed to work for you, young man. As for my students, I have no right to interfere with their decisions. As for the royal faction, there's no need to talk about it. I'm not asking you to interfere with their decisions, Grandmaster Bosley. Brando shook his head and sighed. I'm not forcing them to work for me. They can also help us out a little. People need to learn to be flexible. You see, this isn't much different from helping us smuggle goods. In essence, they're working for the princess, and they're also working for Erewhon's lost glory. Most importantly, we'll pay for it. We won't let your students suffer any losses, Grandmaster Bosley. This is a win-win situation. Brendel drew out a beautiful picture for Bosley as he patiently guided him along. Of course, Scarlet and Medisha could not help but laugh when they saw this. This young lord was like a demon from the scorching hell, a hypocrite with a wicked heart. They looked at Bosley, who was stunned by Brando's words, and then at Brando. The young lord quietly turned around and glared at them to prevent them from laughing and ruining the atmosphere. Brando could not help but think to himself. He had only been a leader in the game for a few years, and yet he had already mastered the art of painting a beautiful picture of himself. However, compared to the managers of large and small enterprises in his previous world, he was still a child in the presence of an adult. If those people were to transmigrate to this world, they would be able to establish a large-scale international fraud organization. No, it should be a large-scale international corporation. No, it should be a large-scale international religious organization. And it would not be inferior to the Holy Cathedral of Wind or the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Brando promised Bosley while his mind was still spinning with these random thoughts. Bosley, the royal craftsman of Erewhon, seemed to have been persuaded. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Very well, my lord. What else do you need? People. Brando said, more people. People? Bosley was shocked. He stared at Brando in shock. Why you want me to do human trafficking? Are you crazy? Erewhon forbids human trafficking. Bosley's words were lacking in confidence. There were many underground black markets in Erewhon, and the nobles were doing the same. It was an open secret. However, this young lord was not such a person. Bosley had always been dismissive of Brando's idealistic integrity, but as a young man and not a lord, he admired his character. Brando furrowed his brows and shook his head. What are you talking about? What human trafficking? That's too filthy. Mr. Bosley, don't bring the bad habits of the old nobles to my domain. Bosley did not choke on his words. He stared at Brando in annoyance. Didn't you bring this up first? You said you want people, but it seems that there is no other way to get more people other than buying and selling people. Then what do you mean, my lord? Bosley asked in annoyance. Brando nodded. Very well. Do you know about the War of the Black Roses? What's that? Brendel suddenly paused, because he remembered that the officials had yet to give this war a unified name. As for the War of the Black Roses, there was no such thing. He coughed and changed his words. I'm talking about the war that just ended. You're talking about the invasion of Madara? Bosley asked in confusion, but what does that have to do with the War of the Black Roses? Bosley's face turned red, but he could not help but frown. Can't this old man stop poking at my sore spot? But just as he was thinking of a way to get out of this awkward situation, Scarlet whispered, I heard that Madara is known as the Black Rose of Brahmanto. I believe that's what my lord is talking about. Bosley nodded in understanding. That makes sense. I believe that the chronicler would have named it that way. So what's next? Brando wanted to hug Scarlett and give her a kiss, if not for the fact that he did not want to let down the little Roman. But he gave up on the thought and coughed softly before continuing. The War of the Black Roses may seem like the biggest war Erewhon has experienced since the November War, but that's not the case. Ever since the royal family lost control of the region, the nobles have been waging war against each other year after year. This ancient kingdom has been in deep trouble for a long time. Brando was telling the truth about Erewhon for the past 20 years. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Grandmaster Bosley, do you know about the refugees in Menta? Bosley asked. Of course, some of my subordinates came from that group of refugees. Bosley paused for a moment before he suddenly realized what Brando meant. My lord, you mean, refugees? Brendel nodded. The years of war had created a large number of homeless refugees. These refugees either relied on powerful lords to become tenant farmers or citizens without personal freedom, or had no food or clothing and no fixed place to stay. Even though he did not have a detailed count, he believed that in this era of Erewhon, be it in the north or the south, there would be a large number of people who were troubled by such hardships. It was easy to attract these people. A full meal and a yearning for a better life would be enough to attract them to Tonajal. What he wanted to provide was nothing more than a way for them to reach this place. Bosley quickly calmed down after his initial shock and reminded, My lord, these refugees may be real, but most of them are old, sick, or disabled. There are also women and children. A strong and healthy laborer is valuable in anyone's eyes. I'm afraid that such a good thing won't happen to you, my lord. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 351. Brendel nodded. Of course he had considered such a situation, but it was not like there were no strong and healthy people among the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Some young people would stay with their families, but most lords would not take in a family for a single worker. This was where Brendel's advantage lay. Women could do many things, and children were the future of the fief. Not many people in this era had such foresight, but Brando had to consider Erewhon's future. He waved his hand and interrupted Grandmaster Blacksmith. Grandmaster Bosley, I've considered all of this, and it shouldn't be a problem. Population is the future of a fief, and the ignorant nobles can't see that. But I don't mind teaching them a lesson. In any case, I'll leave this matter to you. Now that we have people, what about food? Bosley was still worried. Even though he did not want to, he had to admit that Brando's methods were deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Whether it was out of selfishness or righteousness, he did not want to see the young man's efforts go to waste. Even in the dead of night, Bosley had wondered more than once if this young man was really the one who was born to fulfill his orders. Otherwise, why would he resonate with the Lionheart sword? And what he did was supported by everyone. That kind of scene sometimes really made him feel like he was looking at that person. That person who swore an oath under a glorious banner. Bosley could not believe it. Food is a problem, Brando nodded, but then he looked at Bosley strangely. Grandmaster Bosley, when did you start to care about this? Bosley's face reddened. I'm just asking. I understand, Brendel gave a mysterious smile. Food is indeed a huge problem, but seeing so many refugees displaced from their homes, this one's heart is pained, and I cannot eat or sleep in peace. So no matter how difficult it is, I must persevere. Isn't that right, Grandmaster Bosley? You. Bosley saw that Brando's words were full of righteousness, but his eyes were smiling like a little fox. He could not help but get angry. Cut the crap, you bastard. What's going on? Medisha couldn't help but cover her mouth. Of course it's not that serious. Brando shrugged. Food is a problem, but with the support of Shaflan's silver mines, it won't be a problem for the time being. Just buying won't do. Aren't you afraid that the dukes in the north will block you? The old man shook his head and said worriedly. Firstly, the merchants of Ampere Seal are all merchants. Brando raised another finger. Secondly, the Northern Fleet is still in the hands of Her Royal Highness. Of course, Grandmaster Bosley's words are also a concern. However, Tonagel isn't inherently barren. Brando thought to himself. Since he had a druid under his command, why would he be afraid of problems with farming? These turf players were much better than elementalists when it came to agriculture. Although convincing the druids who believed in the balance of nature might be a little troublesome, Brando had already set up a trap for them to jump into. They had signed such a treaty before, allowing the druids to participate in all wars to defend this territory. The food war is also a war. Brendel snickered. The old man looked at him and shook his head. I don't know why you need so many people. Tonagel already has a large population. As long as you can occupy this place, it won't be difficult to build an army. Brando did not reply. Bosley did not understand his dream. His dream was not just Tonagel, nor was it Valhalla, nor was it Erewhon. The young man's goal was the future. His journey was the endless wilderness. After the glory of the ancients, humans would once again pick up the lost flag and march into the wilderness. Erewhon would expand and become a powerful empire. And the opportunity was in the wilderness where civilization could not reach. Brando did not answer Bosley's question, but he knew that one day, these people would understand why he was doing this. He smiled and changed the topic. Grandmaster Bosley, since when did you care so much about this humble one's territory? Are you sincerely planning to join this humble one's side? The master craftsman choked and coughed loudly. After a while, he managed to catch his breath and replied in exasperation, Brat, what are you thinking? I'm just worried that you'll lose everything and drag down my career. No, I mean, hinder Her Royal Highness from reviving the kingdom. If that's the case, then aren't you going too far from the topic? Brando asked in amusement. What do you mean? Weren't we talking about a plan? How did we end up talking about food? Or do you want to change jobs with Miss Amandina, Grandmaster Bosley? Bosley naturally knew that Brendel was mocking him. Even though this young lord's character was outstanding compared to the other nobles of this generation, it was obvious that he was lacking in respect for the elderly, and he did not repent even in death. He replied snappily, I'm not as shameless as you, my lord, to snatch a little girl's rice bowl. We were talking about the elemental furnace. Forget it, I'll give up on explaining it. Bosley suddenly realized that it would be disadvantageous for him to continue explaining, so he quickly changed his words. All right, I'll listen to you, my lord. Let's get back to the topic. I've only completed less than 300 sets of the elemental furnace. Would my lord like to inspect them? Of course, it would be best if I could, Brando nodded. He wanted to see how the elemental furnace was progressing, but not here. Is there a secret room in this workshop? Of course, Bosley glared at him. Why are you being so sneaky? You're up to no good. Brando shook his head with a smile. If the old man is as honest as he claims, then why would he have a secret room in the workshop? He did not remember making any special arrangements for the elemental furnace. But he did not dare to say it out loud. Bosley might really throw the three of them out in a fit of rage, and that would be a huge loss. Bosley led the three of them through the busy workshop and opened a door in the south to enter the secret room. But Brando soon realized that he had misunderstood the old man. The so-called secret room was more like a temporary storeroom or resting room. The storeroom was not big, only about a few dozen square meters. There were many boxes and barrels placed around it. Bosley opened one of the boxes with a shovel and took out a set of strange armor. It was indeed a peculiar set of armor, at least in the eyes of most normal people. That thing really couldn't be considered a set of armor. Or rather, it was better to say that it was more like a set of failed apprentices. Because when you saw it for the first time, you would wonder if anyone could wear it. It did not have a helmet, nor did it have a collar. The chest and back plates were tightly fitted together, and the position of the hands and feet were different from a normal person's. More importantly, the set of armor was extremely heavy. Bosley had to use all his strength to take it out of the box. The old man could even bet that even if it was given to the knights to wear, most of them would not be able to wear it even if it was not for its strange shape. It was simply too heavy. In the end, Bosley threw the armor onto the table while panting heavily. "Look, this is completely designed according to your blueprint. I can guarantee that there are no changes, and I can also guarantee that no normal person would be able to wear it." Bosley's eyes widened as he glared at Brendel. "Look, this is completely designed according to your blueprint. I can guarantee that there are no changes, and I can also guarantee that no normal person would be able to wear it." He shook his head. "I don't know what you're trying to do with this set of armor." "Oh, no, it's not just one set, it's 200 sets." Brando smiled as he listened to Bosley's complaints. He was very satisfied with the set of armor. He had to admit that Bosley's craftsmanship was worthy of being called the best in Erewhon. He was known as the only divine blacksmith in Erewhon before the Second War of the Black Roses. At the very least, the set of armor required a level 60 master blacksmith to make. Before the Second War of the Black Roses, master blacksmiths were a title that did not exist even among crafting players. Even after 20 years, master blacksmiths were still considered treasures in China. It was no wonder that Brando looked at Bosley with a smile as if he was looking at a treasure. "Are you even listening to what I'm saying, you little rascal?" The old man looked at Brendel, who was smiling without saying a word, and suddenly became angry. "Of course," Brando nodded, "I'm very happy with it." "I know you're happy with it, but you haven't answered my question." "What is it?" Bosley suddenly felt a little discouraged. He felt that talking to this young man was an arduous task because he could never catch up with his thoughts. "You'll understand soon enough, Grandmaster Bosley." "Then?" "Wait a moment, I don't think it's best if I don't tell you." "Then what do you mean?" Bosley was surprised. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Bosley was startled. It was rare for someone to disturb him when he was resting. He raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me, Grandmaster Bosley." The voice outside shrank back. "How would I know who you are, you bastard?" Bosley saw the smile on the young man's face and couldn't help but get angry. He couldn't help but roar, "Speak, what is it? You better find a reason to convince me, otherwise I'll kick you out of here." "It's like this. They're here to see the Lord." The old man paused and looked at Brendel in confusion. Brando nodded. "Let them in," Bosley replied. The door was pushed open, and the one standing outside was the young man named Mordenkainen. Of course, his duck familiar had been put away, and this time, there was another strange guy behind him. It was a short man whose entire body was covered by a long cloak. A dwarf? Bosley was surprised. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.